Hey everybody, welcome to the stream. How's everybody doing? Man, I already got some people in there. All right, nice. If anyone has any questions, please feel free to type them in the chat, and I will get to them. It's a crazy time we're living in, huh? This is bananas. This is crazy. I don't know. It's crazy because it's just weird. I don't know how else to put it. I mean, there's a lot of ways I can put it, and there's a lot of ways I could articulate it, but it's been weird. Yeah, I don't know how to put it. Anyone who's been on my Facebook page can see a lot of my thoughts on the situation, and I just think it's a mess, and it's sad, and it's scary. Anyway, so all my thoughts and prayers are with those who are dealing with this, which is all of us, I guess, really. But I mean, specifically more people who are actually like in the hospital or, dealing with this. I don't know. I really wonder if I had it myself. Back, if any of you guys were on my stream like a couple months ago, I had what developed into like a pretty nasty case of pneumonia. I mean, we caught it early, which is, great, but it was pretty scary. I gotta say, honestly, I've never had pneumonia before, and it sucked. It was pretty shitty. So anyway, so this is for those wondering, this is a piece that I did a while back, actually like 2 years ago now, and I did this in an insane speed too. I mean, I killed myself doing this. It was really not wise, but I just started this piece back. I think I had like 2 or 3 days to finish it, only because I was so busy with other work, and I had to give this master class in Oregon, in Portland, Oregon, with Ultimaker and the company, the tablet company Wacom. So they had their experience center there in Portland. It's an awesome headquarters, and so they have a whole first floor. It's just like this really cool artistic concrete room with projectors and all kinds of awesome, all their tech, all their Cintiqs, screens you can draw on, Wacom tablets, all that good stuff. Anyway, so I gave a really fast, I guess. I mean, I don't know. I put this together really fast, and then I gave a class that, seemed to go over pretty well. But anyway, it was just showing how you could create a model that was many times bigger than your build volume in your 3D printer. So you would have to segment this, scale it to the original size you want it to be in the end, and then cut it up in accordion pieces so that you could actually, print each piece within the build volume. Sorry, I'm a little scatterbrained. I've got like a bunch of different... You'd think we'd all just have like all this time, we're just not doing anything, but I've been trying to be productive, and in actually being productive, I wound up kind of lumping a bunch of stuff all over the place at the same time. So just a little... everywhere. So anyway, let me try to zero in, get your questions. We already got some people in there. All right, what are we saying? Like the Matrix wall I got. Thanks, man. Yeah, we're living in some sort of Matrix for sure. Hey, long time not being here. Yeah, Robles, how's it going, man? Anyway, so this is the piece minus the... I was trying to find the right file because it's been 2 years practically since I've touched this file. And I know, I'm sorry, I should have got this completely set up before I jumped in here, but I'm just going to show you what it basically looked like before it was segmented. And this is pretty much it. I'm just trying to get this bow in the right position, and that's... because I'm going to remake some of these parts. I'm going to actually remake a lot of this, actually. It's funny when you have all these separate files and you're trying to bring some old pieces back, you forget just how certain things become unintentionally disorganized. Pardon me. I just ate an incredible bowl of soup. So I like community. I like good community. I like making friends with people, interesting people, and I like knowing my neighbors. So little story for you as I get some of this stuff prepped. My neighbor Trish, she's close to my mom's age, a little younger, and she's basically like my adopted aunt here on the West Coast, because my family's all back on the East Coast, right back in Pennsylvania. So Trish has just become kind of like the surrogate aunt. We walk. She has a corgi like I do, so we always walk our dogs together, and we talk about everything and laugh. You know, she's awesome. So when I got really sick that one time, she found this incredible recipe by Martha Stewart, of all people, and tax evasion, Martha Stewart. But the soup is freaking amazing. It's like this spicy shrimp and basil and cilantro and onions and peppers. Oh my god, it's just, if you have a clogged sinus, this thing will empty it out. But being clear and free, it's still just like, wow, this stuff is so good. So if I'm burping, I'm sorry. Not very classy, but hey, we're all human here, so I think there's probably never been a record number of people staying home working in their jammies than ever before than now. This has got to be like a Guinness Book of World Records for how many people at once are scrubbing it like day in and day out every day. Anyway, I don't know. Ridiculous thoughts. Okay, anyway. So if anyone has any questions, again, please feel free to throw them out there. And I'm just trying to decide what I want to do with this bow. Let's see here. But yeah, this piece was done for that masterclass, but it's totally inspired by Antonio Canova's original masterpiece, which is of the same title. It's called Cupid Reviving Psyche. And the story goes, basically, I haven't read it in a while, but from what I remember, it's, so you have these mythical characters, and Psyche falls in love with Cupid, and then his mother, if I'm not mistaken, is Venus, and Venus sends Psyche down. I think Venus gets jealous of Psyche's love for her son, and so she tricks Psyche into going down for some sort of what's the right? I want to say vase, but that's not the right word. But it's like a container that holds a certain elixir or something. It's something like that. I don't know. You can look it up. You can Google it. But anyway, she goes down to Hades. Like, she has to go down to hell, basically, to retrieve this so-called magic, potion of some kind. And I forget what it's even for. But anyway, she goes down there and she's duped by Venus, and she opens it, and it's kind of like the original Sleeping Beauty, right? So she inhales or whatever, opens the jar, the container, which is back here in the sculpture. It's this opened, well, not opened, I guess, but this jar back here, and it puts her into sleep. Like, it puts her into like basically a coma, like a death. But she could be revived by the kiss of Cupid. So the angelic figure Cupid descends into the darkness of hell, basically, to rescue his love. And I think it's a bit more manipulative than that, though. I think, if I remember correctly, like, he tricks her into falling in love with him or something. So it's like, it's all, kind of all kinds of fucked up. But still, the general idea, the general framing of the whole thing is just so epic and so grand. And I've always loved that visual, and I've had this in my head for a lot of other projects I have, like film-wise and other things down the road. But just the picture of a, the beautiful, incredible dichotomy of like an incredible angelic male figure descending into the depths of hell for rescuing or retrieving something that's of the utmost importance to the salvation of humanity or a loved one or whatever. There's just that immense, incredible, like, mental image of holy light entering into like incredible, vile. We always think of like lava and fire and brimstone and volcanic ash, and if you've ever seen like volcanic lightning, like just that level of crazy dark scale and power, and then one sole piece of light entering into that descending into that darkness. And I just think it's fucking awesome. So it's really epic, really huge. So anyway, I just love that idea. And so now I figured I've had this other image in my head stuck of just what would they look like once he's descended, he's kissed her, he's woken her up, and now they have to escape. They have to leave hell. Like that's not going to be just like, all right, let's just walk out, or I'll just fly. And I mean, it's flight, but it's just, I figured like it would be an awesome movie. Like someone should, I would love to make this a movie. That'd be freaking awesome. It's the whole kind of epic Lord of the Rings scale sort of story. So anyway, and for those on Instagram, I'm actually streaming live on Instagram for the first time ever. I've never done a live Instagram thing. So for those who are on Instagram, I'm sorry I'm not able to like really answer your questions like straight up, but feel free to, leave me a question on the images on my Instagram and I'll answer it, or whatever. I mean, I can kind of like look at the screen here a little bit, but it's hard to really, answer anybody. But anyway, so just know I'm not trying to ignore you. I just kind of have to. So it's kind of hard. I've never really had all this many things going at the same time. This crazy amount of screens. Anyway, so this is going to be a whole repose of this character, of these characters. And I really just wanted to know like what would it look like with him holding her and pulling her up. So what that's going to entail is I think really I'm going to scrap practically everything, because to repose this, for instance, like if I went with Cupid here, I mean, I could repose him, but the pose I'm having in my mind is extremely different from this one, because he will be ascending, holding her in one arm, and then the bow, which also has like, I designed the bow to have kind of these blades on the ends of it. So I wanted it to be I wanted it to be a functional weapon, not just a regular bow, because we often think of Cupid and specifically as like a cherubim, right? This cute little chubby baby with, it's just, it's cartoony and ridiculous and funny, but I wanted to go more the range of 300, that level of just totally epic, awesome, serious, mature. And if you look at the original statue by Canova, both figures look very like teenage, like tween kind of age, like very young, very childlike, and kind of androgynous. And I really wanted to accentuate the masculinity and the femininity of both genders here. So this is just that moment right after he awakens her. So that's why this looks extremely different. If you were to look at the original sculpture, there is not much muscle definition at all. And even this, though, too, I was rushing to get this done. So I really, if I had my way, if I could have had more time to finish this, ideal world, I would have chosen to make this probably so realistic that it would almost look like real people with spray paint on them. Just like they're all coated gray or they're all colored like stone, but they would have had that level of fidelity. But I knew also what the end result was, what this was for. So it was meant to be 3D printed from the very beginning. That was its intention. With that in mind, I knew that certain levels of detail just wouldn't come out on the printer, just because, FDM printers can only go so far in detail, and you just don't get it, even if you, put it in the file. So, with that being said, if I complete this in the near future, I'll probably print it on the Form 3, this other version. And on the Form 3, you can get fidelity that is, thousands of times better and more detailed than on any, fused deposition printer, which is, so for those who may not know, a fused deposition printer is the typical kind of 3D printer you see. I shouldn't say old, but, so you'll have like a hot end that sticks down from the top and a build plate at the bottom, and they'll extrude plastic like a hot glue gun, and then the build plate will lower as the product comes out. I'm sure many of you know that. So that's FDM, or fused deposition modeling. Obviously SLA is lasers. The Form Labs printers use a tank of resin that's photopolymer, so it reacts with light, certain wavelength of the light, 405 nanometer. And so that laser, it's like a blue-purple kind of color, very beautiful color, that cures the resin and it hardens it in specific areas. And so it does the same thing, same process of layer by layer, but it does it in reverse. So it pulls out of the liquid, and it's like watching like the T-1000 from Terminator 2. It just looks like if you were to like time lapse it, you would just see something coming out of liquid that forms a perfect shape. So anyway, so that's a process I'm going to go with this eventually. And there's a bunch of statements. Sorry, questions. What did I miss? Magnificent piece. Never seen anything like it. Oh, thanks, man. Well, I can only take so much credit for it because this is really Canova's work, and I'm just building on top of it. But I mean, I say the same thing, so I'm not praising myself. I'm really praising Canova because whenever I saw this piece, it blew my mind. It is a little different if you look at the original. She has both hands up, for instance. She's about to grab his face. It's really beautiful pose. There's more nudity, and I kind of wanted to keep it a little PG-13, and also I think he's gazing more at her. And I really wanted this to tell a story. So if you know the story of Cupid and Psyche and what he's done to come down here and save her, his kiss woke her up. But then immediately, if you think about the context of the situation, they're in hell. So you don't exactly want to be making out surrounded by the undead or the dead and the demons and whatever, the devil. So I figured if you descended into hell to save somebody, you got to get in and out as fast as possible. So that's why I wanted him kind of, the whole pose tells a story of how the mentality of someone who's a protector would be, where you may have woken someone up, you resuscitated them essentially, regardless of the romantic element. So as soon as they're conscious and you're in the middle of a war zone, you need to get out of there, right? So that's where even like his position of his arm with the bow and the blades, it's still a very defensive position. His eyes are not looking at her. As his lips are leaving her, you can see that he's looking up, like he's looking at the enemy, essentially, or at whoever might be a threat. So I really wanted all of that to be a part of this. So there was a lot of thought that went behind the pose. It wasn't just I want to rip off and copy Canova exactly, and even the pose. So her arm is down here. She's sort of supporting herself. She's starting to wake up and, having a kind of a momentary bodily reaction to being resuscitated, essentially. So this is where we're going to go from this point to then having them ascend. So there's going to be a massive... my thought process is that on a downbeat of the wings stroking, that would kind of really, elevate his body. And if you've ever seen how birds, take off like eagles or whatever, just if you had a really powerful downward stroke, and so it's not going to be 100%, obviously, like a real bird would flap, but to really accentuate just the power of the ascension. So with one arm, he'll be probably holding the bow forward, and the other will be holding onto her hand, and she'll be lifted up by him. So that's the premise. It's the outline. All right. Sorry. Let me get to your questions. Good evening. Thank you. Someone's saying Mudbox, learned that one first. Unfortunately, it's getting in the way of picking up ZBrush. Yeah, Mudbox, for those who don't know, is like a similar program to ZBrush, but it doesn't really compete. I mean, you can work with it if you have nothing else, but for sure. But a lot of people will be asking. Most people will be working in ZBrush if you're going to be sculpting anything. SLA printers have good detail for sure. Yeah, that's it. They have an Ender 3. Nice. I've heard good things about Ender 3, actually. Show me some website to get reference for arm poses, like that right arm of the model. That's at 90 degrees. Oh, okay. So, Art Macon? I guess that's how you say your name. You're talking about this one here on the side? Pardon me. See, I don't know. I probably should have like a go-to site that I go to for human anatomy, but I'm pretty good with anatomy because I studied a lot of medicine. I worked in a hospital for a while, and obviously we can look at ourselves. So you can look in a mirror. It's not like you have to have any kind of medical background, but I'm very familiar with anatomy. And I wouldn't say that this is perfect either, to be honest. If I'm completely honest, I think that some of the muscles here are contracted a bit too much. I think I would probably loosen up the triceps here a little bit more. They're probably, you get some definition. I mean, it depends how muscular the person is. There's all these variables, how much fat they have, what the fascia is doing in between and all that. But I still probably would have relaxed that a little bit more. Probably in here too. And because you're contracting your bicep, so that means that, that part, contraction and flexion. So you're going to have the bicep bulging, and you would have the opposing muscles more relaxed. Sorry, for reference, I Google Images. What else? there's an anatomy site out there. I mean, there's so many. I'm sure if you just Google like anatomy for artists, you'll find a lot of stuff out there for it. But maybe later I can check for you if you need it. Ender 3 is not enough detail. Yeah, yeah, no filament printer does. Yeah. Mostly tabletop miniatures. Yep. Let's see what else. If you were miniatures, you need splitter, SLP. I have to. All right. So there's conversations you guys are having amongst yourselves. Blender does great stuff too. Yeah, I mean, I've been hearing more and more about Blender. The thought of learning another 3D package on top of the several I already know right now and are still learning in some ways. Like Maya. I mean, there's so much to Maya. I'm learning rigging right now still, and it's painful. It's not joyous. It's not a pleasant experience. It's like taking medicine or something, man. It's really not. It's not like sculpting. It's not like this where you just lose yourself in the time and then suddenly 5 hours have gone by and you're like, wow, what was I doing? No, learning rigging sucks. It's kind of a necessary evil though. So anyway, I feel your pain, and Blender is great, I've heard. I don't think it's going to have the same level of abilities that ZBrush does anytime soon though, because you can get millions and millions of polygons in these characters. And I think that would still cause a lot of issues in programs like Blender. You know, this guy, what is he at? He's at 4 million. Like, you know, it's and you know, you can see how fluidly we can still move and work with it. What else? Sorry guys, I'll get to more modeling here in a minute. Sorry if anyone's getting bored or irritated. Nicholas Patton, we're in the Matrix. Love the Greek sculpture style. Yeah, me too, man. Thank you. Studio Mochi. Oh, cool. Awesome. Yeah, Lauren's class. Cool. Thanks. I'm excited to talk with you guys, and hopefully you guys will find it entertaining and useful and inspiring. Let's see what else we got. Let's find someone learn ZBrush from. Well, I mean, I could teach you if you'd like to if you'd like to learn. Honestly though, there's a lot of great classes. If you go to Gnomon, the Gnomon workshop online, you can learn there, or if you're here in LA, you can attend there whenever they start physically having classes again. So Gnomon workshop online and YouTube, you can learn a ton. I mean, also go to Pixelogic's core site, which is the Z Classroom. Just go to Z Classroom. Moonlighting Designs, that's where you go. Picture myself performing a pose, 4 million, wow. That would kill a game. Yeah, exactly. No, yeah, this is not real time. Yeah, this is not for a game. I mean, you can still get the same look, I think, in general. You just have to be extremely judicial with how you model something and how you create your maps. And there's a whole, you know, obviously there's a whole other workflow to creating something for real time that I'm getting very familiar with. Fortunately, again, it's all, I don't know. It's fun to learn because, you know, like I've always said, I carrot myself into learning more software and techniques and whatever I have to, because I have an end goal in mind. I want to achieve something else, right? I have a goal that's bigger and broader than what I know right now. So then the passion and the enjoyment of learning something new it satiates my desires, or it gives me that dopamine hit because I know what I want down the road is much bigger and better, and it's more fulfilling than what I'm doing right now. And I wouldn't be able to achieve it without acquiring that new knowledge. So that's how I kind of keep myself motivated, I guess. But it doesn't make it always easy either. It's still sometimes it's painful. You're just like, oh, this is so boring, or this is not fun. This is work, you know. But that's just part of the hurdle. It's like working out. Like, yeah, working out, you do have more fun probably, but there's still some irritation, aggravation involved, even if it's just you don't see the development in your body as fast as you'd like, you know, whatever. Moonlight Design says they have a degree in game development. It's a pain, but worth it. Yeah, you know. He knows, or she, they. ZBrush, I think, is a little problem with your mic. Sounds weird noise. My mic sounds weird? My mic sounds weird. she? Okay. Pay for video lessons. All right. So shouldn't go smart. Yeah. How everybody? Does my mic sound too? I'm gonna bring down the levels here. Am I peaking too loud? Is it like hitting? Because I'm seeing the volume go into the red a little bit because I got it close to me and it's precarious setup here because I'm trying to keep the other phone I've got going with Instagram in the right position and it's going right through the bars. I don't know. Anyway, can you guys sound fine? Okay, cool. I sound good. All right. Yeah, I'm bringing down the levels a little bit so I don't like blow out anyone's earphones or speakers or anything. Mic is 5x5. Okay, cool. All right, thanks. All right. So maybe Shingo, maybe it might be your headphones, maybe, or maybe your volume. I don't know. Okay, so anyway, let's get to this. I'm gonna turn off my lava lamp. I'm getting warm in here, man. The spring has sprung, I think, and it's beautiful, but dude, spring in LA or like when you're getting warmer, it's always weird because you're like, how do you dress? You know, it's the desert, right? I mean, so I live near the beach, but it's still just the desert. So you bundle up in the early morning if it's kind of chilly, get a sweatshirt on, whatever, you know, and then by the middle of the day, you're like, I'm sweating. What the hell? It's just like, it's 70 outside, but you're in the sun, you start baking, you're wearing some warm clothes, and you're like, oh, strip it all off. Then evening comes, you start getting cold again. I don't know, whatever, first world problems. Anyway, I'm like warm in my room. Actually, I should turn on my fan. So, one second, sorry, one sec. Okay, let's get some circulation in here. Okay, last couple things here. You can accomplish a lot, actually. Just project the high-res model and bake it in the low-res. Yep, that is the way. All right, so I'm going to probably just decapitate this guy to keep the head, and I'm probably the same for her, I think. I don't know. We'll see. I think actually for Psyche, I might keep. We'll see. I actually might. I think I might be able to just because her pose won't be as dramatically different as his. Her arm, the way I'm thinking is her arm will be carrying her. She'll be being lifted up by one arm, so she'll be almost standing up, or maybe even fully. I don't know. Maybe almost. So he's going to be the one that's going to have a massively different posture. They both will be a bit, but I think she'll work a little bit better by just rotating her body a bit and then reposing some of her. So he is going to be beheaded. All right. So how's everybody doing with the bizarre nature of our world? Thanks, guys. Thanks for the kind words, Dav, Lov. Sorry if I sound like an insufferable no, not at all, man. Or a lady, I should say, girl. I always say it's a thing. Like, ladies never take offense if I'm like, dude, hey, man. Like, I don't mean it like engendering you. I just mean it like an exclamation. You know? I don't know. I dated this girl a long time ago, and just briefly, didn't work out, of course. But she was like, don't say dude to me. And I'm like, I'm not calling you a dude. I'm just saying dude like, whoa, or hey, or, you know. It's not meant to offend anybody. Trying to work in concept art modeling and 2-year-old. Yeah. Kids can make... I mean, that's the thing I think a lot of my friends who are parents are dealing with right now is they're finding it challenging to basically homeschool or just to give their kids projects to preoccupy themselves with. I get it. I really empathize because my mom homeschooled my sister and I for the vast majority of our... Well, I should say she did, and there was also a large period of time where a lot of it was self-teaching because the initial reason, the impetus for why we became homeschooled was actually a huge car accident that we had when I was like 5 and my sister was 9, and that's what She just didn't like sending us on the bus, and at that point, I think we were both kind of like, cool, whatever. Yeah, so I lived through homeschooling as the child end, and I'm so grateful that my parents did it for me in the end. I think it's really it's great. I think I guess I lucked out too in that my mom's actually a educator. Like that's her, that's her background. So that's her training. That's her actual education and degree in it. So that makes a huge difference. I think initially in just how the confidence and the just knowing how to process the challenge of teaching your kids a whole host of topics and subjects at home versus sending them to teachers. But I think it's great. I think homeschooling in general is awesome for young minds. I think it helps them think for themselves. I think it helps them not conform in a lot of ways. It can be hard on them too. I think it was hard on me for sure. Not the homeschooling itself, but the bullying, the peer pressure that came along with it. At least when I was younger, because it was way more. There's a huge bigger stigma with it back in like the late '80s, early '90s than there is now. I think it is more common now, and it's a little bit more accepted. But when I was younger, people just assumed you were automatically like a really weird person because you were homeschooled, rather than just an alternative to public school. But again, brilliant people come out of every nook and cranny in education. I'm definitely an advocate for more private educations, only because I think that they do a better job overall, more than public. But again, that's not to detract from the reality that many well-educated and highly functional people come out of the public education system too. It goes across the board. So no one be offended, please. All right, so I'm going to split this guy's head, doing the whole split hidden. All right, so now his head's a separate object. Over here, how are we doing on Instagram? Cool. Play with ZBrush as much as you want, 24/7. This is true. Well, yeah, like she's saying. Well, not if you have a child. You can work and play with ZBrush all you want when you're not helping your small human being survive, or be distracted, or enjoy life without losing their life. Have you guys ever as adults, do you ever go back and just remind yourself of like really stupid, dangerous things you did as a child, just completely blissfully naive? You're just like, I'm gonna go climb that tree that I could fall off out of and break my neck, and climb up to the thinnest branch at the very top. Or my sister and I did so many things. I was always more risk taking than she was, and there's so many times where I think I've almost probably killed myself or put myself in my life in jeopardy, and my sister is the one with more common sense, or at least was. I've always been the risk taker. So yeah, you gotta. I mean, the job of a parent is not easy. I tell you what. I mean, the amount of times I've given my mom a heart attack, or nearly. I'm sure there's more than I can count, more than I remember too. All right, so this is gonna start looking funny because his head's gonna be moving all over the place before his body does. And I'm definitely going to bring in a new, fresh male figure to use that's like T-posed, and then use that as the new posture. So his head's going to be like probably like way more up here, and his bow is going to be way up here. He tried to jump off a roof as a kid with a flying invention. Nice. You got inspired by Da Vinci, huh? Or R. Kelly, depending on how old you are. I believe I can fly. That was R. Kelly, right? I don't remember. I'm not a huge fan of his. Static noises. Sorry, it's just a little hard to pay attention. Is anyone else hearing static noises? I wonder if it's a Shingo or if I'm not aware that there is some static happening. I don't know. No? Okay. I don't know if you can go, maybe, I don't know, if you're using a computer, maybe restart your computer. Also, maybe just pull out your headphone jack and stick it back in. You know, that could work. I don't know. Or also check even like the, you know, where your headphone jack. All right, here I have a good example. So everybody knows this, I'm sure. I mean, I'm not telling you anything new, but this whole end, the part you insert right here at the joint, this part always gives out. So maybe just try jiggling the little tip here near the end of the jack. You know, the wires internally eventually break, and then that can cause some static. If it's kind of, you know, moving around, disconnecting, reconnecting, that kind of thing. Sorry you're having trouble. Someone's asking, is it raining there? No, not right now. We had rain for a while, like, I don't know, a couple weeks ago, but no rain now. Oh, they're asking, sorry, duh, you're talking to them. Sorry, brain fart. You're asking them if it's raining there. I would think they'd probably think of that. I don't know. And then Davlov says it's your mic, I think, not us. Now, are you saying that to Sango, or you're saying that to me? I think you're saying it to him, right? Or her. By that, I think you mean earphones, headphones. Because I'm the only one with your mic. Everyone else has got speakers going. Anyway. Huh, okay. So right now I'm just moving pieces around, just kind of getting a feel for where they'll land according to proportions of his future posed body. It's probably going to be a bit like a Superman kind of thing, you know, one arm forward, the other arm actually will be holding her. Ish. Moonlight, you can find me. You can find me on my social medias. So I'll just throw this out there quick for everybody if anybody wants to. Follow. All right, cool. Your moonlighting designs. Okay. And for me, so IG. And then there's Twitter. You can handle it? Sorry, you can handle what? And what's the other one? Facebook. Oh, the cost. That's just ZBrush's site. Is it? Is my stuff not going through? Dovlov, I'm not sure what the first one. My IG one? I'll try again. Instagram is just do @Daniel Lion Arts. There. That should go through. What else? Oh yeah, my email, of course. Cool. Thanks, Amanda. And that should be right if you want to email me. Nevermind is on. Okay. Okay. Getting all these false positives from people. Okay. Okay, we're good. So I'm also probably going to chop this guy's wings off and see if I can salvage them and use them as a base for what the next pose will be. And conveniently, I had them polygrouped. Oh, they're awesome. I'm surprised because I'm like, I haven't looked at this file in like 2 years, so I'm not sure like where things stand, and like, you know, I tried to find the right one, but I didn't have tons of them available. So anyway, all right, split. And so these will all be on a downward beat. And I'm probably going to, and this is obviously just blocking in, I'm going to definitely look up some eagle reference. Cool. How much do we charge for lessons? We can talk about that offline. It varies on what people are looking for and all that. Yeah, feel free to email me though, and we can chat about whatever. It's all reasonable though. I mean, I'm not gonna like, you know, I mean, it's all relative though. What's reasonable for me may not be reasonable for other people. I don't know. LA is not cheap. You know, that's it kind of factors into everything, and you know, time, all that. I guess it depends where you're used to living, what you're used to paying for lessons in general. You know. Such a naughty stalker. So what are you guys watching? What's everyone watching on Netflix or Amazon Prime? I've been really enjoying Westworld Season 3. I've just been wishing they'd come out faster, but every Sunday I'm totally engrossed. The Dragon Prince. I don't know that one. Terry B. Castlevania, yeah. I was watching some of that. I haven't finished that one either on Netflix, but that one's pretty good. Surprisingly better than I thought it would be for an anime based on a very famous video game series. Oh, and I've also been playing an insane amount of Doom Doom Eternal. I couldn't help myself. For those who remember the '90s fondly and computers back when there was just like a compact 386 or 486. That's what my dad had, and that's what I was playing on. It's hilarious. Man, Doom, the first Doom back in '93. Dude, the summer of '93 was something for me. That was like a legendary summer, a legendary year. Jurassic Park was in theaters. Doom was on my computer. I don't know. It was good times as a kid. It was like I was 10, I think, or 11. It's fantastic. So now the new Doom is just freaking amazing. It's awesome. From a studio in Texas. Heard the Lighthouse was good. Oh yeah, the Lighthouse. I don't know. I've heard mixed things. I've heard people say it's just like someone on a bad trip, like an acid trip or something. Teaching videos. Oh, sorry, Davlov. Teaching videos. I mean, honestly, that whole thing. It's such a saturated market. That's why I really haven't even tried to do it, because there are other people who are just as good or better at ZBrush and teaching it. I think specifically. I've had other people, friends of mine, tell me like you should be more informative. You should probably say more about what your process and what you're doing. And I don't know. I don't know if. Oh, sorry, Instagram. I don't know if you guys are having a rough time there. Oh, and it just ended. All right, I'll start them up again. I had poor connection. Sure, I'll share in story. Sorry, I've never done like all these different. Never done Instagram's live thing before. All right, so how do we do this again? I don't know. I'll have to figure that out in a little bit. All right, there we go. All right, so anyone on Instagram should be. There we go. Back online. Okay. Sorry. Where are we going here? Teaching videos don't help if you get stuck and have questions. This is true. You learn faster with a tutor. Yeah, I think everyone learns differently. You know, that's the other thing. If you have all the time in the world, I'd say like just go through YouTube and the Z Classroom. And I would still recommend anybody, even if I'm teaching you privately, like it's almost like prerequisites, like stuff you should do on your own. Go to pixelogic.com and look at their Z Classroom, and that'll give you all the basics for sure. So if you have some simple questions, that'll at least get you up and running, so you're familiar with the UI and you're familiar with basic tools and basic processes, and that would help me help you. So you'd be able to move faster. Once you learn how to move around the program. So let's see. We got human base muscular. I think that was what I was using. Questions. So everyone's hitting me up from every direction right now. It's amazing. We all have so much more. People are really just connecting more right now, which is pretty exciting stuff, I think, in general. People are just interacting more. Sorry for the nudity, guys. I will censor it for the censors. So, doop. Sorry. There we go. So this is a great base mesh. I mean, I often use this human mesh for all sorts of different human figures that I need, because it has, if I'm not mistaken, this is the one that has layers. And you can... Oh, this one's just with the arms. There's another one I got. Nick Z is this fantastic artist, and he has some amazing human anatomy models. And you can just really shape up the body in many different ways. You, like, increase the musculature, decrease it, skinny, thin, fat, all that kind of stuff. Nice. Yeah. It's an alien gender. Hilarious. We're all 12 again. Try to extrude a leg and somehow it's split into 4. Yeah. I know it's ZBrush is, it can be a challenge, I think, for so many people, and I get that. Let's see, what are we doing here? Okay, I'll probably delete lower, and then bake all layers. Oh, okay, it can't be. All right, so I can't partially hide anything. I forgot about that. All right, bake all, and then hide L privates. We don't need them. And they'll just be in the underwear package showing. Alright. It's funny how we're so I mean, like, I don't know. Nudity is not that tremendous a thing to me because I've seen so many naked people in life drawing and in medicine, working in the hospital. It's... I don't know, but so many people in so many organizations, and I get it. I mean, I kind of get it. Everyone's so sensitive, and yet we're all kind of the same, basically. I mean, there's only so much variance in the human race. I don't know. It's funny how Europe is so much more loose with all that. I don't know. I think it's good for kids to not really be exposed to too much of that sexuality at a young age. They haven't gone through puberty. They don't need to know about it. So I get sort of the puritanical stance, I guess, from the American side of things. I get it. But I think it's all about how you raise your kids, too, and how they perceive things and how they look at the body. And that's a big part of it, too, I think, is just having respect for the human form and each other. It's a big part of it. Okay. So, our humor's whacked. Been around too many game devs. Nudie going to hell. Nice. Yeah. We're so sensitive about nudity as a culture. It's weird. Alright, so I'm going to import this guy. Hello, work with me here. There we go. And scale may be different. Yeah, slightly. Whoa. What's going on there? Was I applied a mask? Let's try that again. Oh, no, it was because, symmetry. Alright. That is weird. Wait, why is the symmetry like that? Alright, so it came in off-center. Annoying. But easily fixable. So here's a good lesson for you guys, for the newbies to ZBrush. Let's say you've got a model and it comes in like this off-center of the world center. So world center would be your green marker here, the Y. So you can move it to the approximate area, but to actually line it up perfectly can be a real pain in the ass. So the quick way to do this, if you don't need it, to be in any other position except world center right now, just hit Unify. Go to the deformations here in your tool palette. Come down here to deformations, Unify, and bam, center world. So he's now dead center, although he's below it, which is no big deal. So now we can turn on symmetry again. Now we got our X symmetry, so left and right. and we just scroll him, move him up. And I'm lagging here a little bit. Ah! There we go, because I didn't hold shift down. So yeah, that's the other thing. When you want to move someone up in symmetry, you go like this, holding shift, and pull them up. And it's chugging because this guy is 8 million polys. So I'm going to reconstitute his, recreate his lower subdivision layers. So we can work with a lower res model. It'll move a lot faster and smoother than the way it's chugging right now. And it's also better to use this gizmo for these kind of broad stroke movements. Gives you just a little bit more assertive control. All right, so I'm gonna mask him right now, and then as Joseph Drust of Pixelogic likes to say, I click this little 3 boxes here, the pizza boxes, as they're called affectionately, and then I'm going to hit Alt and click on, or is it Control? Which one is it? There's a way to add the pieces that you want to, or will this, I forget, it's been so long since I've been messing with. Alright, so yeah, it's focusing on that, and I want the rest. Alright, here we go. What is that button again? See, this is the thing. They add so many new tools. What is the... There's one way to select all the... How do you set scale? You can go to Scale Master in Z plugin. So if you want to set scale, you basically create a bounding box and you dictate the scale that you want the bounding box to be, and then you use that as the relative scale to everything else, or everything's relative to that, right? So you know you want certain dimensions, you would come into Z plugin, you would go to your Scale Master, and then you would, you know, you can create a helper unit, you can do, you can create a new subtool, tell that to be a certain size, and then bring everything else to that scale. Yeah, it's pretty simple. So what is pretty simple, and I'm embarrassed because I forgot how to do this because it's been a while, is how the hell do you move everything, and why is it not selecting everything? What is it? Control Alt? Is it Alt Shift? That's what it is. All right, Control Shift. Sorry, brain fart here. Couldn't remember this. So you hold Control Shift, and now when you have the pizza boxes selected, you can move everything around at once. So there we go. But I want to deselect this guy, and come on, work with me here. All right. All right, because I want him to be our center, because I'm going to work on him in symmetry. There we go. Except the other guy's body's not moving. Actually, it doesn't matter, though. Really, because I'm not going to be using his body. But whatever. All right, good night, Moonlight. Take care. All right. So just kind of getting his body in that general area, or the rest of them, I should say, around him. Just gives me a little bit more better frame of reference, so I can still work with him in symmetry. as opposed to having to kind of guess it all or break symmetry and then have to do it all immediately that way. All right. So, all right, let's take that off. I'm going to reconstruct his subdivisions so then we can actually go to a lower density, because this is crazy dense right now. Yeah, man, this thing isn't even... Come on, work with me here. Normally when you click on a area of the mesh, it will... Oh, there we go. Hit local, that's why. Derp. Local symmetry, or local rotation, I mean. So that's where when you click on an area, camera views that as the new center. So I want to reconstruct sub D. Let's let that go for a second. All right, full construction, reconstruction. And then we just kind of go down this chain. And we're already at 500,000, 100,000. Can actually start to see the mesh as opposed to just black darkness kind of clouding everything. And can we go one more? Yeah. So everybody on Twitch, have you guys been playing Doom? Have you guys been watching it? Have you guys been playing the demo of Resident Evil 3? I know that's been out. I enjoyed that. I've heard it's short. I've heard some reviews and saying that it's a pretty short game, but I've always been a big fan of the Resident Evil games. A lot of fun. And a note for anybody on Instagram, if it goes dead again, I'll be sure to just try to start it up again for you. So I know there's some sort of time limit on Instagram. I'm not sure what it is exactly. I watched a few friends' live videos, but like I said, never done one myself. So yeah. All right. Excuse me. So the first thing I'm looking at is just the posture. I'm going to lop off the head here in a minute. Well, many minutes from now, probably. And connect it, this guy's other head, the original, to this guy. But for now, I just want to do some posing with the head and neck so that it's doing that reach up. Thank you, autosave. Turn on symmetry. Oh yeah, Doom is my favorite. Nice. Scorpion Core universe. Yeah, there's another artist or two that has found me. We found it's funny. It's just I was saying this earlier. Like, it's interesting how people are connecting more and more right now because of our changes in our work environments or lack of work environment for many. A lot of us have more free time. A lot of us are spending time doing other things that we either didn't do before or wanted to do before but couldn't. So some of these other guys in the industry are playing Doom with me, a few of them, and it's just fun to be able to play some games with guys and just kind of it's like if there's a game that you're like virtually roiding out on, it's something like Doom. It's just testosterone and you're going into hell and you're just, or hell's come to earth, I guess, in the story, and you're just wiping out demons like by the thousands. And it's just a really good masculine time to just let out aggression and just massacre the evil. So we were playing it the other day and just laughing and talking about just life in the industry and all the craziness that is El Corona, or La Corona, I guess, if you want to be correct in Espanol. Yeah, I don't know. For me, it's just been a while because I really haven't played any multiplayer like shooter games at all. I haven't played a lot of first-person shooters in a long time. the older I've gotten, the less interested I've been in them, and I crave more of a deep story and some sort of intellectual engagement and stimulation. And I've just been leaning more toward, I guess, the cinematic experience for a long time now. So that means that there's far less and less games I play, even though I'm always aware of like what's coming out and what's around. And like whatever, like Link's Awakening, that cute Zelda game came out. I picked that up for my Switch and played that. Couldn't help myself. But in general, that's like a traditional old school kind of game, which is just nostalgic, fun. But yeah, there's been, Last Guardian was still probably will forever be one of my absolute favorite games of all time. That's also meant, though, that there's just a lot of games I just have not gotten into, but I've been playing a lot of Call of Duty with my buds as well. Again, it's just one of those things that's, it just, as a guy, it just kind of gives you that outlet. And it gives you this camaraderie. It's like, I guess women get together and talk over different circumstances. A lot of guys will get together and just slaughter, just kill the enemy in the game. But often it's not. I mean, the gameplay can be intense and can be fun. But a lot of us guys, we became friends through that, or we develop and deepen our friendships through that experience where we just wind up, we go on autopilot kind of at some point, and you're just like slaughtering things and kind of working in coordination. But there's a certain group of us, type of guys, I guess, that just, we get in the zone and we just dominate. We get too good. It's like pathetic that we have that much time to get good at something like that, because it's such a waste of time in some ways. But there's a lot of community involved, so we wind up talking a lot about life and girlfriends and relationships or their marriages or their struggles or their kids. Just life. We just have conversation, and while we're just massacring like the bad guys, So it's just funny just to see how some of that has come back again with some of my old friends and some of my new friends too. I don't know. It's just wild. Like, who would have thought, 50, 100 years ago that anything like this would be happening overall in the world, and just this kind of connection through the internet and connection through entertainment. I don't know. It's just wild when you stop and think about it. You take a step back and really look at everything. It's like, wow, it's crazy. It's like it's a crazy world. It's pretty awesome. Minus all the shit that's going on right now, of course. So all I'm doing here is just making a mask and rotating the head a bit. Now I'm going to do the same for the body, except I want that rotation to be more along, I don't know, like what, C6, T1, right where the thoracic and the cervical spines meet. Kind of have that area be like the main pivot point for the neck to the back. So I'm trying to get that lined up here. It's definitely going to be some figuring out, some finagling here of where I want, how I want his posture. Because the last thing I really want also is, as it's obvious here, I don't want his crotch like in her face or anything that would look misogynistic or gross or offensive or weird. I mean, I don't want it to look creepy or gross. I want it to look, but that area is not being focused on, obviously. So, so this is going to take some thought, and I've thought already about like his body. Maybe it'll be twisting a bit, so that their takeoff is not just straight up, but it has a little bit more elegance to it. Because the whole piece originally had a very much like a rotational feel to it, in that you could never get the whole image from just one perspective. I mean, you could get it in general, but to really understand like story, there's like elements that have been placed around the sculpture, like the I want to say urn, but it's not an urn, but like the vase that had the potion that put Psyche to sleep. That was behind her. You can see his Cupid's quiver is attached to his belt, and that's also like on his side. So it's just something to be appreciated from all angles. And so now with them moving forward, where his his wings are hitting down and he's rising up, I still want there to be some other elements that it's not just straight on where like, oh, I get it from just this one angle. I want it to be something that is you can appreciate it from multiple angles. So anyway, so Scorpion's like, oh hell yeah, I know the feeling. Me and a whole bunch of guys playing Quake. It's awesome. Oh yeah, you know, that's funny. I was watching Joe Rogan the other day, and or listening to him, I should say, mostly, and he was talking with, I think he was interviewing Hugo Martin, I think is his name, the main director from the game director from Doom Eternal, and God, that opening in Doom Eternal, holy shit, that thing just gets you so pumped. It's so good. It's like a holy. It's almost like a. It's like, it sounds like the voice of God, I guess. Basically, like sending down an angel or sending down a commanding, you know, or like the commander of I don't know what is that group of man, I'm having a brain fart. The Crusaders, essentially, or like the you know, knights, essentially, the Crusaders, just going into an area, taking charge, and just going into war. So anyway, the commissioning at the very beginning of that game is fucking awesome. So epic, gets you so hyped. If nothing else, if you just want to see what I'm talking about, just go on YouTube and look up opening to Doom Eternal. It's fucking awesome. For a guy, I know maybe some girls are gonna be like whatever, but for dudes, it's just like fuck yeah, let's go. Oh my god, testosterone. Let's go save the world. Anyway, I'm getting off track here. But what were you saying? So a bunch of guys. Oh yeah, so Joe Rogan. Sorry, I'm bunny trail rama in my brain. Joe Rogan was talking with the game designer, the game director from Doom Eternal, and he was just talking about how much he loved Quake Champions, I think it was. And again, I haven't played like first-person shooters or anything in a long time. I mean, little things here and there. I picked up the new Call of Duty, whatever. Picked up like the World War II Call of Duty because that called back to like classic Call of Duty stuff when a lot of us played it when it first came out and was really popular. But anyway, I heard about Quake Champions in the like just, you know, here and there, but I never really got into it. I love the original Quake. That was really fun. It was cool. But so for you, Scorpion, is Quake Champions only a PC, I guess? I'm assuming it is. And I'm assuming it's still really fun. I don't know. Makes me curious about it. Sorry. Anyway, other questions. People like, I'm sorry, I'm just being such a nerd. I know, but whatever. In good company. Is this for a game? No, this is not for a game. This is going to be for a 3D print. Love the Matrix thing in the back. Everyone loves that. Yeah, thanks, man. I actually made the lights. So I bought the poster just by itself. It's like one of 300 apparently that were ever made. So it's a lenticular reflective foil. It's hard to see in the camera, I guess, but it's pretty awesome. I love it. Just beautiful, simple design, you know, minimalist. The code, and then it says "Free Your Mind" in the top third. But then I installed just the other, like around just before Christmas, there was a bunch of sales of like these like rain droplet lights. If you were like in LA, if you were a lot of parks, I'm sure, but like downtown LA in the Staples Center area and LA Live, they had all the trees just covered with these lights. So these are actually already built lights. I was thinking I was going to have to figure out a way to engineer, like, get a controller and how to tell LEDs to, like, follow the trail, you know, from one LED to the other. I really didn't want to learn all that electronics. I know basic LED electronics, but figuring out how to control LEDs so they have, like, a sequencing and all that, I was like, that's more involved than I want to do for a poster. So I thought, well, hey, come on, this stuff has to be made. I was watching them, you know, rain down on the trees at LA Live, and so then I just quickly hopped on Amazon and I was like, holy shit, there they are for like $15 or whatever. So I just bought a couple of those and strapped them to the back of this poster board, frame, I should say. It's not really poster board. It's like a really nice clamp frame I found on Amazon as well. But the back is just a bit transparent enough where really bright LEDs kind of work perfectly. So I just eyeballed it and lined everything up from front to back and, you know, affixed all these LEDs to the back of the poster, and I was like, dude, it's so perfect. It works. It's just like the Matrix code. So, again, it's one of my favorite films of all time. I'm a super nerd for that, so I figured why not make something kind of entertaining, kind of cool. Bamboozle666. Nice. Oh my god, what happened to his pee-pee? It was castrated, I'm sorry. About to decapitate him, too, so he's going to lose both heads. Yeah, this body is meant to serve a sole purpose of the male form, but that area is going to be covered up by more appropriate attire, say, for the youths. Rolling on the floor. Glad it can make you laugh. Yeah, he's a eunuch now, I guess, right? Like he's been fixed, quote unquote. No, I remember actually I was working on an angelic form for another project, and a personal project like years ago. I was taking the I mean, we're talking like, I guess it was like almost 20. No, it's probably like 16, 18 years ago, somewhere around there. I don't know. It was like early 2000s. I went to the phenomenal illustration masterclass in Amherst, Massachusetts, at the college there, and I was talking and hanging out with the legendary Ian McKeag. He's been a long-time acquaintance, and his daughter's a good friend of mine. She's been fantastic, Mishi, and but that's where we met, though. We all became friends there. And I remember he was helping me, like, kind of sketch out some ideas. I was telling him what I was thinking. I couldn't get it to look right, and he just came out. Of course, he's, brilliant genius. He was just fabulously sketched out some great reframing things and characters and composition. It was just awesome. But I remember he asked me very specifically, what gender do you want this character to be? Do you want it to be masculine? Do you want it to be feminine? Do you want it to be male or female? Or, do you really want androgynous? Because that really doesn't speak as strongly as much as in, taking one gender. And I was like, no, I definitely want it to be masculine. I want it to have a connection to... I always like rooting things in a deeper layer of thinking, not just surfacey stuff. So, the biblical accounts for angels have always been male. They've never appeared as female, ever. Nor as children or cherubims or cute, weird little things. They've always been masculine, male. They've always appeared as male humans, even. Or then in, like, I think Revelation, they have, like, crazy number of faces and eyes and wings, and it sounds like a horror movie, which is kind of cool to imagine, too. But so they've always appeared male. So I say, I want this to look like, this is God's army. This is, like, should be the most badass masculine thing ever, basically. And so that kind of was immediately, then that, all this came down to, he's got to have a package. He's got to have something that signifies him as male other than just the face or the body. That's part of the anatomy. And so even though it wouldn't make sense from a logical standpoint that they wouldn't reproduce like humans, there would be no need for those organs exactly. Still, just the shape and the general form, like even you look at superheroes, the same idea. It's like you don't necessarily have all that defined as a whole bunch of meat and potatoes, but you still have a sack, you still have a form, you still have that bulge, essentially. And that's, I think it's just basic kind of classic artistic design. And I think that actually it does signify something. And I thought, wow, that's a very interesting way of thinking about it, but I think it makes sense. There are, just as women have curves in other areas, men have curves in other areas, and I think those are just very signifying, embodying of gender, obviously biologically as biological animals, or non-animals, whatever you want to call us. Biologically we're like animals, and physically, so there's always that attribute to our bodies. And it's like, no matter what debate people want to have about transgenderism and all that, I don't want to argue about it or really discuss it. The fact of the matter is, medically, you're either one or the other at the end of the day. If there's an emergency and someone is injured, you need to tell somebody what you were born as. And also, if you're on hormones or whatever else, you got to tell them that too, because that changes a lot in your biochemistry and your blood, in your hormone count, in how your body holds water, all of that. And that's extremely important if someone's life's in jeopardy and they need to have fluids given, or they need to know what injury in the abdomen area, your lower areas. If anything's been injured down there, you need to know what they were born as, because that dictates an incredible amount of information that's crucial to someone surviving or not, and how medical staff will treat you medically, biologically, so that your life will continue past this point of injury. So I always think about it from that angle. People can argue and say whatever they want to do about how they identify themselves, and I'm not one to argue with them. They can choose to say however they want to call themselves. I mean, that's up to them. That's always been up to someone's choice. But I'm just more about, like, let's talk about facts and science and medicine when it comes to medical needs of people, survival. You're not something that you weren't born as. I mean, you can mess with it, but you can't change that kind of stuff really permanently. Not you can't change it as an adult, or even as a born child, really, to ever be fully the other one. It's just not physically, medically possible. So, anyway. And a bio chick doesn't know how to get in here. Yes, this is true. They don't know that pain. I'm sure they've had other things probably get snagged at some point if you're not careful with zippers and your tenders. It's never fun to get any piece of skin caught in any zipper. Let's just put it that way. It's not fun anywhere, but especially where you have more nerves. All right, so sorry, I'm talking more than I'm actually looking here at what is next. Interesting thing here too, I think I forgot to move her eyes. I think those are her eyeballs, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. Oops. So I can fix that right now. Not that that's that important because they're going to move again, but... There. Derp. Oh, they were masked. Derp, that's why. So another thing to look out for those learning ZBrush, or just good practice. You always have to check your... I didn't do it, so that's a great example. You always got to check your subtools and if they're masked or not. If they're masked, they're not going to obey being moved broadly across the screen. So, but thankfully I just moved her in one axis. So there we go. But that'll all be moved again anyway, so it doesn't really matter all that much. I know a big point of contention with people, and I find it very interesting, is like the whole debate about genders and changing genders and all that is you know, what happens when biological males start entering into biological female sporting events. I know Joe Rogan's talked a lot about this. I think it's a real problem, and I think it's really not fair to women who want to be able to compete against other women, you know? And it's like, of course, a dude's gonna, you know, crush them in a lot of ways, often from just more muscle mass and more lung capacity. And there's so many, again, unchangeable biological differences. Now, it's not, of course, 100% every way, both ways, but, you know, that's often a big issue and a big problem. So it's been interesting to hear a lot of people, you know, from different sporting groups talk about it. And, you know, I don't know. It's a whole big debate. I just think it's a shame that women have worked so hard to get where they are and continue to push for, you know, the equality that they deserve, and then to have this kind of throwing a huge wrench in it. It's just a mess. It's really, it's a shame. It feels like just as we're getting to certain points, you know, then there's this that comes and throws other things in a whole monkey wrench, just puts everything in another weird position. You know, China, the wrestler, just said, yeah, no, I mean, there's definitely strong women out there. I mean, there's female bodybuilders that could kick any guy's ass for sure, or most guys. But I'm just saying, generally, most, you know, majorities of both genders. Same thing with photogrammetry. Have scans of the human body parts because it's full body. It's too noisy without dedicated rig. Yeah. Bamboozle. I love that word. Bamboozle's like the best word ever. Having trouble stitching them back together. Also, I do get a lot of artifacts when I try to clean the mesh with ZBrush and divisions. Yeah, scan data is it's like a double-edged sword. You know, I think scan data can be awesome for getting exact shapes, and you know, if you want to have this person's face or this person's elbow, you know, whatever they need to have an exact copy of that. You know, it's definitely great for that, and I've worked with a bunch of scan data for different actors, for both toys or collectibles, statues, and TV shows, and it's almost always, yeah, like you said, it's like it's noisy, however else to put it. For people who have never seen scan data up close or on a screen, I'll show you what scan data basically looks like. So let's say, I'll use this guy's face. So let's say this was a real person's face, or this was what they looked like in general. Normally, scan data does not look like this at all. Scan data looks a lot more like visual noise. So you're going to get all kinds of just weird crap that doesn't belong there. Just quickly, this is not a perfect example, but just to give you guys context, this is kind of what some scan data looks like. you know, but even worse, you know, you just have like, it's almost like a acne attack in some areas, and it's just all garbled and random things, because again, like maybe the laser that's tracing over this person's face, you know, or even this light bouncing off of it if you're doing photogrammetry, different types of light, obviously not laser, but it'll be reflecting like the little micro hairs in your skin, like all the fine hair you have that covers your body basically, and it'll be kind of, it'll fuck with the interpretation of what the camera and the computer is interpreting as a surface. So we obviously, our brain just turns off certain things, or we can't even perceive those things, but photogrammetry, lasers, they pick up on all that stuff, or they don't know how to interpret it the way our brains do, of course. So they just see things and it tries to make sense of it. And when it creates a mesh, it creates all these crazy artifacts, and then you have this garbled, imperfect, very janky kind of form. It's still, overall, it's like your broad shapes, your proportions, the placement of everything is all where it should be usually. But you might have a lot of noise and stuff, and it's been getting better for sure. I've seen some pretty impressive scans, but invariably, I mean, I've had scans from major Hollywood places, and a lot of them don't come out that great. You know, they're kind of like his scruff here on his face. Like that's where a lot of scan data, where if they just don't get around the form of certain parts of the body or the face or the chin, or you'll get some of this kind of artifacting, and then it'll just be hollow. It'll just chop off to like this, like exactly where like his neck here. It'll just be like a hole, you know. So there's all kinds of ways to deal with that. But I always recommend one of the best ways is to. And there's another program, I think it's called ZWrap, or just Wrap or something. You can target points on a face, and that like exactly like this. So like you have a face that has pretty good. Oh man, I fucked up the symmetry there too a little bit. Yeah, crap. Oh well, be cutting off the head anyway. But it went down the whole body. Dang it. All right, now here's another good lesson. Aha, so that was right there. So you undo whenever you find something like that if you have your history, and then you could find out what went wrong. So when I moved him up, I must have moved him sideways slightly. So there we go. So, and I'm sure Oscar, you probably know this already, but you know, if you're having a really hard time with scan data and you have a good human base mesh to work with that's not your scan data, you can do Z projection. You know, I mean, that's a big factor that can help out a lot. I think is get a good clean mesh and transfer all that facial data. I mean, you might have to do some minor sculpting up front to compensate for the differences in like location of the eyes and distance between eyes to mouth to nose to forehead to whatever. You know, so like with these guys, I'm just going to chop this guy's head off and put this little one attached. But, you know, if you needed to blend these two, or to basically take this guy on the right, take his face and put it on the guy on the left, you just want to line up all the major features. So like the eyes would be wider, you know, more enlarged. And then, you know, same thing, proportions for the nose. You want to get everything basically as close to intersecting as possible, and then project that detail. So then you do that projection in ZBrush, and that would shrink wrap, you know, essentially the clean mesh to the scan dated one, and then you could smooth out the one that has the better geometry, this guy, that has a clean geo, and then that would help you basically get the same exact face scan data, but without all the headache of trying to clean everything up and remesh that. And I'd say just use a clean mesh to begin with and form that into your scan data by projecting in the end. It's a bit more, you know, hands-on, but so is cleaning up scan data. So I feel like it's a lesser of two evils if you have to pick one. Tim Bowden is asking how long did I work with Sight and Sound theaters. Yeah, I worked for them for about a year, a little less than a year maybe. I think it was about a year. Yeah, it was like for their show, Moses, that big biblical. I grew up in a very Bible Belty area, so like that was, fortunately or unfortunately, that was like the only place I could do this kind of work before I moved to LA, where it's like it's everywhere now, all this kind of stuff. But yeah, it was a cool experience, man. I mean, because they have this whole CG shop downstairs, and then on the ground floor, underground, they had the CG studio and the dungeon, and then up on top and surface level, we had this whole massive workshop, like Legacy Studios, you know, or ADI or something. It was just, we had our giant CNC machines, and we had guys who could weld and like create entire like internal skeletons and structures for basic whether it's like basic animatronics and puppetry, or we had a whole costume department. The ladies there were amazing. They could create incredible regalia for all these actors and actresses. And the metal shop was incredible because, like I said, they could just weld and put together all this infrastructure inside all the crazy stuff we would design. So they said, here are your parameters, like create steps and stairs that are this, they have to be this big according to, like, you know, whatever law or you know, building code had to be for safety and all that. So they give us our basic parameters, like fall within these parameters, and whatever else you want to do is like you're good to go. And that was awesome. So we could just create, and as long as certain things were within certain parameters, we just could go nuts in their whatever art direction they gave us. So that was really cool. I mean, there's a lot of things I got my feet wet. I was thrown in the deep end, you know, getting hired there. I learned a lot, and that's where I really got more familiar with 3D printing, because I had a bunch there. Like one or two, I think, actually. But then I bought my own after that and started learning and just teaching myself how to start creating cool stuff at home. Yeah, so that was a trip. Yeah, Sight and Sound was a trip. Other questions. How long ago did you work with them? Oh, how long ago? Sorry, I thought you meant how long. I'm just raising the list. How long ago? That was 2013, I think. It was 2013. Yeah, 2012 to 2013, or just 2013, somewhere around there. All right, Oscar. Let's say the arm or head of the scan data would be bad, and you get a scan of the person's head. Could you? And sorry for people who are wanting to see more like sculpture to happen fast. I'm getting to too much talking here, and I'm trying to figure out what to do next. So I'm gonna take him out of symmetry and then start moving body parts around here to kind of get the right look, because otherwise, I mean, I think the basic muscle layout is good. So I'm just going to tweak it a little bit here and there, and obviously like tighten the muscles that would be more activated, and then loosen the ones that would be less. So anyway, so that's what I'm going to start doing here. But to answer, let's see. So you're saying, sorry, question: scan data would be bad, so you get scan of the person's head. Could you demonstrate how you would replace the head or an arm while maintaining body proportion? How you would replace the head or an arm while maintaining body proportion. I mean, a lot of it, from my end, from what I understand, if you're trying to match, like, you're taking this arm and, like, this guy's head, I mean, it's just simply scaling. I think that's really all it is, and eyeballing, you know? So you want to be in a orthogonal view, so make sure that this area is perspective, you have that off. Perspective, of course, will cause fisheye, bowing, like bulging effect, so you'll get this kind of effect. You know, you're going to get that spherical kind of, and it'll just throw everything off. So to get perfect alignment with anything, you want to have orthogonal view, so that there's no perspective, which is physically impossible in real life, but it's the way of the computer. So then I would say you match up your proportions. So if we're doing the head here, for instance, this head, I feel, to the body, the ratio is pretty good. I don't really have a big problem. I think the head kind of, it's good. It's also very, I mean, we're talking about like proportions. It's okay. It's kind of, maybe kind of small, actually. That's why I kind of prefer the shape of this head. As far as it's a bit more squarish. This one just kind of feels like Mr. Clean. But like, if his head was a little bit tinier, you know, it feels like a little bit more ovoid. So it's like a long, like egg shape, kind of a large oval. And it's not as defined. Like his jaw here is kind of like very mush. It's just kind of like, you know, there's not that like clean line to define the jaw, your mandible, this area. So there's things I don't like about it, but that's just personal preference, you know. But in general, the head's fine. But I would go for this. So all that being said, if you like the proportions of the model you're going to work with, you then want to scale it up to match the scan data, right? So if you have an arm, like you said, that's not good, and you want to attach it to, or stitching's always a pain. Like I gotta say, stitching different pieces together, it's always kind of messy. So if you can work with one mesh that's already, like I said, well made, and then you want to work with them and make that like the scan data, you want to scale it to match the proportions of your scan data. So your good model, this one that we're looking at right now, you want to scale this to match the volume and size of your scan data, and then just go forward with that. Try that so far. The LOD is enough. If I was just able to clean the mesh up, but I get overlapping geo sometimes inside the scan. Yeah, that's another thing, man. Scan data is just, scan data has not caught up with the future yet. I feel like scan data is like old. They need to figure out a way to do that better. Tim Bowden, you're welcome. No worries. After dynameshing, then Z-remeshing, I get bad data when I divide and reproject. Lots of artifacts. I'll watch closely. Perhaps I can find some answers. Yeah. That's so dynameshing, then Z-remeshing. You might, it's funny. I was doing this similar thing in one of my previous streams with the Mufasa sculpture I was working on. And I remember getting some like explosions where you just have like tiny little polygons just like pulling out in like random directions. I don't know if that's what you mean by getting some weird artifacts, but like this kind of stuff would happen. Excuse me, where it was just, all this, it's the polygons freaking out, or the computer's just not sure how to handle certain information, and so it just shoots things off in crazy directions. That happens in video games too. That's simply, I think for ZBrush specifically, you might want to try to after you Dynamesh, do a check mesh. So that's I always have the buttons down here, but I have to remember where they are on the real UI, because everyone's UI is different than mine, or standard. It's mesh topology, or modified topology, excuse me, and then you got close holes. Mesh integrity. Okay, so after you Dynamesh, sometimes, are you on the? Okay, yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Cool. So Oscar, do you do a check mesh after? Well, are you in the current version of ZBrush? I guess that's the thing. Oh, you did do a check mesh. Okay, find lots of errors, kills the holes, scan. Yeah, and kills the holes, scan. Yeah, that's the thing, man. The holes and. So if you're checking it and it's finding the errors, and then you want to close holes, yes, if you have holes, and then you're Z-remeshing that, you're saying. So after you Dynamesh and you do check mesh, you have an auto repair. Interesting. There's a couple things you can try. It's a process of elimination. We have to go down this sort of like check this, then check that. Try then to fix it. Yeah. So what you could do is you could take your mesh after you've Dynameshed it. If it's really dense, like if it's millions and millions of polygons, that could be a problem, first of all. You might want to try bringing down your Dynamesh significantly. Also, scale. I'm not sure if you know this. You probably do. Forgive me. I'm not trying to insult your intelligence if you don't. Your grid size and proportional to your model size, they're directly connected. So meaning if you have a model that is very large in proportion to the grid, like right now this is a good size for a decent result from Dynamesh, and I actually would keep Dynamesh probably still a little bit closer to the lower end than the high end. You're going to get a lot better results when you have your mesh be this size or a little bit bigger. And you won't want to even go into the thousands, or even 1,000 anything. You probably want to go to like 900, 800 in your Dynamesh range when you're setting the slider, so that you will be able to get good results without going to a crazy multi-million poly mesh, where then the more polys, it's like anything. The more you have of something, the more problems you have, potential for problems you'll have. In this case, higher poly count, more polys to go astray or to cause an issue. To kind of want to be preemptive of all that by just trying to avoid going too high in your Dynamesh poly count, especially because you're going to Z-remesh it to do a low cage. Like I guess you're trying to do like a low res version like what I have here with multiple sub-Ds, so you can easily manipulate, pose, whatever, animate. So you probably want to aim just for this level first, instead of trying to Dynamesh and then Z-remesh from there. Here's another weird step. It might sound non-intuitive, but trust me, follow along for one sec. So if you Dynamesh and you have a high poly count, you do a fixed mesh, whatever, then turn off Dynamesh, then you want to decimate it. So you want to lower the poly count but keep the same form, right? So you go to your Z plugin, you go to your decimation master, and then you do your freeze borders, pre-process current, and then let it do all that, decimate it, so then it'll be all triangulated. Don't worry about that. Don't move it, don't touch it after that, just let it do its processing, let it triangulate. Then do another check mesh, make sure it's still okay. After that, then Z-remesh it, and then start projecting from there, your data. So then you'll have a low cage mesh to start with, so project at the lowest cage first, then go up a subdivision, project again, and you stair step your way up. And each time you do that, check your possible problem areas. Sorry, okay, so you wrote, no, you can't use auto repair because then it's super thin and artifacty. I watch those tutorials where the person demonstrating the solution uses pinch and inflate brush, but going over 4 million polys. Yeah, try decimating, because that, again, will lower the poly count. It'll keep the same form. I would say go, then after that, ZBrush it, then project from there with a low cage, and then stair step your way up every subdivision level, then project again, then go up the next subdivision level, project again. And that will keep things a little bit more orderly, because sometimes when you try to go from 0 to 60 like that, it just everything goes into chaos. It just collapses. So just an idea. I don't know. It's really hard to kind of give you, I mean, it's hard to give you a more surgical answer without actually seeing the model itself and being able to either, like, you know, work with it or even just getting images of it. So, I mean, if you're really stuck, I can try to help you. If you want to email me some screenshots, if you're allowed to. If it's like NDA, then, you know, best of luck. But yeah, I mean, don't feel bad. Obviously, if this is your first, I don't know how many times you've dealt with scan data, but this is very typical. Like, all of us who worked with scan data know that it's usually it's not fun. It's cool at first to be like, wow, that's their face or that's their whatever, and then shit, now I have to work with this. Ugh. You're like, God, why me? But the money's good. The money or the prestige. My name's gonna be in the credits, and all 5 of my friends are gonna be like, I know that guy. I'm a dork, I know, but I empathize. I get it, man. I know the pain. I know the struggle. Okay, so for those who are like, just sculpt, man, where's this going? I'm sorry. I hope this has been useful for more than just Oscar, but the dude needs help, so I'm trying to help. Okay, so I'm just gonna start posing this guy and try to move this along. Just checking on my dog. He's blissfully laying there upside down, just like, you know, happy, content. It's the way we like to see our pups. Super comfy. All right. Has anyone else out there rented any of the movies that Universal has released? And I think Pixar released Onward. Disney released it. I saw The Invisible Man and I saw The Hunt. The Hunt, it was alright. It's a weird, satirical horror comedy. It's okay. Not that great. Not worth, for me, in my opinion, it wasn't worth it. But The Invisible Man, I thought was really good. And that is by Lee Wanell, who is famous from Saw. He, I think he wrote and directed it, or wrote it at least, and then, or co-wrote it. And he did Upgrade, which is another favorite movie of mine that I saw when it came out. It was super underrated. Not a lot of people apparently have seen it, unfortunately, or not as many as I would hope. So if you haven't seen Upgrade, I highly recommend Upgrade. It's like I hate to say this because I don't want it to be like have a negative connotation to it, but it's kind of like a modern day RoboCop, but really modern day, or like tomorrow, I would say. You know, that kind of enabling of somebody to have superhuman abilities, but not, obviously not in a mechanical suit or taking their brain and sticking it into mechanics, which is very sci-fi, but also not very realistic. This is a little bit more on like where we're going in technology and nanotech and, you know, all that stuff. It's pretty cool. It's a lot of fun. A lot of good action and humor, and definitely some gore too. So, Mr. Hanks, what's up, Kyle? Kyle, dude, Upgrade's awesome, right? I enjoyed it anyway. I love it. Nice, no NDA. Just working on a diploma. Need a good mesh to slim cloth and render them back into photos. Would be awesome to have a professional have a look working on solutions since 2 weeks. Ouch, 2 weeks, man. 2 weeks in hell. I'm sorry, or in frustration anyway. Yeah, man, just email me. I'll be happy to. I can just send me some screen grabs or whatever, or send me the model if you want. I can just take a quick look and tell me what you want to do with it, and maybe I can fix it for you, or at least I can tell you, I can point you in the right direction. Because if it'll take a lot of time, I can't really afford to just pour into that all the time for free. But you know, I can at least set you on the right path, and then you can do the legwork. But yeah, Mr. Hanks. Hanks, are you at work, dude? Or are you at home? Or are you working from home? This buddy of mine works nearby. Hey, maybe he's working. That's why he can't respond. How's Instagram doing? Did they... lost power. No. Shoot. At home working. All right, cool. 1 sec here. I just want to get the guys back up and running on Instagram. 1 second. Sorry. I'm just gonna... I need to find a USB that has successful self-isolation. Yeah, man, that's... welcome to my world. All the artists and musicians who work from home are like, you guys, this is a joke. This is easy. 1 second. Sorry, guys. 1 sec. Success. All right, Instagram is going to be back up and running soonish. Where's the freaking hole? There we go. All right. Okay, the battery's just got to recharge on that phone. I've got an old iPhone here that I use for the stream, and I didn't realize it wasn't getting power from being jacked into my Cintiq. Thought it would have had enough power, but apparently it wasn't enough to keep it going. So anyway, question: what's the difference between posing with the Z spheres or with transpose tools? Sometimes I see people using Z spheres method, other times using transpose. Difference is, I mean, with the transpose tool, you have a more immediate response, essentially. So right now, I'm just... Sorry, so yeah, for anyone who wants to know or has never done this before. Okay, so let's say I want to pose this other arm in the direction that it would be. And actually, I just reminded myself, I'm thinking about this. His left arm was holding the bow, so that means that his right arm is going to be holding her. I'm just trying to think of like how the pose is going to work, because for some reason my brain was like, oh, his left hand's going to be holding her, because it seems a little bit more natural, but he's holding the bow in that hand, so it's got to be the other one. So yeah, so okay, so for instance, with Z-spheres, you have to set up at least some sort of skeleton, or at least an area that you'd mask off, and then have the Z-spheres rig, you know, which is like an internal basic skeleton. You have to set that up, and it takes a lot of time to set that up. It's not quick, because you have to test it too. You want to test to make sure the Z-sphere rig has the right influence on the surrounding polygons. So, for instance, you'd want to have the Z-sphere rig inside this arm. You'd want to make sure from all directions that you've pulled out the right direction, and it has a hinge or a joint in the right area where the elbow is, you know, and all that. It's a very involved, time-consuming thing. Obviously depending on how detailed and how many joints your creature, character, or object has. So for in general, I just feel like I get more control and more immediate response using the transpose tool. Z-sphere rig, it's fine, but the more I have to work in production and have speed and time be of the essence, Z-sphere rigs just are not, you know, when it comes to, I should say, posing for, usually you don't pose at all in ZBrush for production, really. I'm just thinking for like production of like toys or posing things. It's still, I just want to get the thing done. I want to get the model as fast as I can to the client. So this is the more immediate response. So one of the other advantages is if you hold control and then you, there we go. And then you hold control, you click on an area of the model, and then you drag it out. It will detect where you clicked, and then it calculates the volume of the mesh and then masks down that area of that appendage accordingly, which is awesome. It's so fast. So I didn't have to even draw out a mask. I just held control, and then clicked here and then dragged, and then you just tilt it here, and it does. You can see right there in the armpit area, it's adding more as I rotate in one direction. Then if I rotate the other way, it detracts and it adds more on the top. It's not perfect, but it does a really good job in general of auto masking as you're pulling across the form and finding the right areas and edge loops. If you have clean topology, that's another thing that's a big factor when you want to use a transpose tool. It doesn't necessarily stop you if you have messy topology. I think it'll still work approximately the same. But what helps with this and with anything with modeling is just clean topo. It just makes your life a lot easier. So if you have clean edge loops like these that wrap the whole way around the appendages properly, you know, these lines going this way and then your perpendicular lines running the other, you're just going to get a much more natural deformation of the mesh, which will look way more correct. And it just lets you immediately have results, and you just are doing what you want to do right then and there. Otherwise, if you want to do posing and you want to spend that time, it's almost, I mean, it's still this is like, we're talking, this is level 1, then you doing Z-rig, a Z-sphere rig would probably be level 5 as far as difficulty, and then not even, and then you got rigging in Maya, which is just, that's level like 20 or level 50. I mean, you've got a lot to learn. I mean, I'm speaking from learning myself right now. It's a lot more involved. So, but that is truly more, that's production level rigging. That is being able to pose your character in anything, in any pose from there, and weighting all the skin, getting all the right influence, the range of influence of your rig skeleton. So your options are kind of limited, and so for speed and quality and immediacy, my choice is always to go with the transpose line. So in this case, speaking of all that, I'm going to do some manual touching up here, because I know the deltoid, you know, if you think about how your shoulder moves, if you're, not this way, you think about your deltoids, you know, you've got your deltoid muscle right here, and it's going to kind of bunch up toward your head, and then you're going to have like a nice little pit right there, like where your clavicle kind of inserts in, you know, underneath all those muscles. So, you know, this whole area, your pectorals kind of come up this way. So all that means that I have to unmask, because it was just looking at the arm as like a tube, right? It wasn't looking at it like anatomy. So there's always those areas of compensation that you have to think about then when you might have something automated. It's giving you 3/4 of the way there, but then you've got to take it that extra, you know, like they say, the last 10% is always as hard as the first 90. So this is where you just got to start learning your tool set, what will play nice and help you efficiently move down the line of your project. And so now I'm going to blur the mask by holding Control again and tapping on the masked area. It gives it a nice elegant gradation so that it lets things deform a little bit more naturally rather than having just harsh, you know, more binary looking kind of changes. Oh yeah, but I was going to say, dude, Invisible Man, pretty good time. I don't feel like the main actress who they chose really fits the character that well, but I don't know. I didn't like her acting that much, but still the story was really strong, I felt. And so if you can kind of just, you know, not care too much about her, she did an okay job, I guess. I don't know. I just thought there would have been someone better. I would have chosen probably another actor myself, but still, overall, I still enjoyed the movie, and I thought like the way they bring it to the modern day without spoiling anything for anybody, I thought was pretty brilliant. And as someone who's a tech science nerd and all that, I thought it was good times. Nice. Yeah, sorry guys, sorry if I'm boring you. You know, you don't have to watch if you don't want to watch. You don't have to insult people, man. Hilarious. Anybody else have any questions? So, what were you saying? Sorry. But saw some, select a portion of the polygroup and fully expand. Then that polygroup all at once. Anyone know? I'm not sure what your question is. Chasm? Yeah, I don't know. If you want to clarify your question a little bit more. Ugh, it's looking bad. Mr. Hanks, hilarious. Yeah, I know. It's not, I'm not moving that incredibly fast, but oh well. Sculpting in general is never a super fast process. Sorry, just trying to fix this stupid Instagram. Alright, why is Instagram not being happy? Sorry guys, 2 more seconds. I think the phone's just booting up. Alright, there we go. Pig Latin. I haven't heard that phrase in a while. Santiago, doing well, thank you. How are you? Where are you? So you're saying, so if I control shift click and can select multiple polygroups and then mask others, when I was watching a technique where they... Okay, so oops. Okay, so you're talking about visibility though, or you're talking about masking? That does it by polyloop. Yeah, visibility. Okay. Yeah, you know, I'm not sure I've ever expanded it by polygroup like that. You're saying hair though, so it might be that their polyloops were the poly count was maybe so low. I don't know. So yeah, I mean, the way I would operate here would just be to grow, like you're suggesting as far as visibility goes. You know, then you invert your mask if you want to hide something. You could do this to add it to your hidden group, and then invert, and then there you go. Is that what you're asking, or? So right now I'm just holding Control Shift and clicking on the different polygroups, and that's just letting me hide them. So I don't know. Okay, that's what you do now. Yep. Select portions of different groups and immediately make those groups visible. I don't know. It's a good question. I might have to ask some of my friends at Pixo about that. It's funny you mention that because I feel like I've seen that somewhere before too, but I can't remember because I obviously don't do that. I don't know. I might have to ask some of my buddies out there. If anyone else out there knows, chime in. But yeah, it's a different way of doing it. I'm not sure. All right. Yeah. Sorry, dude. The fact that it's on hair makes it intriguing though too, because it might be something that has to do with that. You know, very thin. Because I think fiber mesh can often operate differently in certain ways. So maybe that's it. It might handle fibers and what it dictates as fibers differently than other regular polygon objects. And so if anyone's wondering, this is usually a pretty typical practice for a lot of artists in production, meaning working with a model that's already somewhere along the way, or it's a good base mesh to start with. Whether you make it yourself, or you pick it up off another artist, or are handed it by, you know, your art director or whatever. It's pretty typical stuff. Can kind of feel like you're cheating, but it's like whatever gets you from point A to point B the fastest is often what matters, not, well, I've sculpted every single inch of this from scratch myself. No one gives a shit. It's all about how do you get this done and hand it off to the client and having it look great. How it happens, no one cares. Or at least they shouldn't. Now I'm just blocking in the rough shapes here. I'm not going to be worrying too much about the exact anatomy of everything right now. It's just kind of blocking things in that I see quickly. I think this whole shoulder area, I just feel like it's a little too bulked out in general. So there's always that fine line between looking like a giant V kind of superhero, and then, you know, kind of tapering that down a little bit to look a little bit more athletic, a little bit more fit. You know, kind of trying to find that Goldilocks zone of fitness where you don't want to look too thin, where it's not intimidating, but not so swole that you're that you look like you just can't turn around to like scratch your back. I like how it shows how to move things very carefully. You mean what, like ZBrush, or just the brush I'm using right now? For those who are wondering, this is the Move Topological brush. It's great for being more precise about where you're moving different sections. And then I hit Shift, that's why it goes blue, and I'm smoothing out. I feel like this guy's just, I don't know. Yeah, I want there to be some muscle for sure. I just don't want it to be too roided out. It's like I enjoyed the Gears of War games back in the day, for those who are familiar with it, but I always felt like the characters were just too meathead. Like, it was just, that was the thing I always got kind of turned off by. It was still fun to play, but I thought characters could have been a little bit more better developed, less just like tanks. Just has to move things very carefully. Gotcha. Yeah, no, the muscles definitely help give you landmarks for sure. Yeah, I guess I'm actually going to turn the wrist here instead of the elbow. I'm just trying to decide now if I want one. I know one leg up and one leg more back. Just trying to decide which one would make more sense, because his left hand's going to be holding her, so I guess the left leg... And his right hand, left to us, but his right hand's going to be holding her, so I guess... Yeah, I guess it would make more sense to... I guess kind of adjust him... Yeah. Actually, the more I think about it, maybe I might actually have his hips turn the other way so that his right leg... Because I kind of like the counterbalance, you know, where you don't have everything on one side lumped into the other. That way it creates more of a corkscrew, more of a twist for the whole figure. Alright. Yeah. There we go. So this will be, yeah, it's going to be the opposite of what it was like on the original. That's always weird when you get this bizarre deformations. So I'm going to firm up this area a bit more. Thanks, Hanks. Take care, man. We'll have to catch up. Alright, yeah, it's looking better. Still looks ridiculous after a certain point. I think the trick here is just to kind of add a bit more mask as I go along. Is everybody here in the U.S. or do we have anyone from overseas anywhere? Oh, you're Germany. Okay, cool. What time is it in Germany right now? Georgia. Early. And so are you guys on lockdown, like no one's going out to their work, only essential employees? Is it like the US over here, or what are you guys like as far as dealing with the whole situation right now with the virus? For those wondering, I always use the transpose tool like a transpose line like a bone. You pretty much place it approximately where that bone would be, and that helps move the body and the form accordingly. Still got a lot of muscle, you know, reworking to do, kind of massage it, but getting it like this helps you get there faster. Moving the transpose line around where his femur would be. Yeah, it's like intersecting a little too much. Kind of need this hair to soften up a little bit. Gonna hide this a bit so I can work on the inside and push things out a little bit so it doesn't have such a dramatic creasing. Everyone's on lockdown in Germany except if you do something important. Grocery store, medical, logistics, you can go out and do sports or buy food. Otherwise, we're not to go outside. Yeah. Have there been people who are, you know, dicks and they go out and violate just to be jerks? I saw some really crazy stuff in the UK. Just people who are like criminals or like former gang members or whatever. They were getting out and just spitting on people and it was like sick stuff, like messed up. Of course, their police are after them, but police are weird in the UK. Like some of them have seemed kind of not. I don't know. they weren't as responsive and as like upset about it as they seemed like they should be. But I don't know. I don't know how it all came out, but yeah, that's everywhere. Yeah, there's always some bad apples in every group. Some psycho weirdos who just want to screw with people. It's always funny seeing these poses in between their final look. They look ridiculous. Alright. Just trying to get this knee up. No. I'm trying to select all this around to the hips. I'm gonna have to do this manually. Davlov, what's that noise? I don't know what noise you're hearing. Are you hearing my headphones? Or my dog? I don't know. Oh, maybe you're hearing the fan from this antique. Is it like a high-pitched whirring sound? Staticky hum. You're hearing it too, huh? I wonder what that is. I don't know. Did it go away? I wonder. No, it's still going. It's not my headphones. I don't have my headphones that loud. I mean, unless it's my fan. I don't know. My fan's pretty quiet though. I don't know. Something electronic, maybe. Something electrical. I don't know. Something's maybe causing some sort of interference. Yeah, sorry guys. I don't know what's causing it. I have no idea. Yeah, I guess it must be some... I'm going to mute the mic for 1 second. Just tell me if this helps, if it just cuts out completely. I don't know. Did it just go completely blank? Yeah, maybe something with the mic. I don't know. Might have to just disconnect it, reconnect it, or something. I don't know. Boo! It's the mic. That's weird. Wonder why. Old school Nintendo it. Blow on it. Huh. I should do a monitor and check my own sound. I'm not sure if I can do that. Yeah. Yeah, I can try that quick. Alright, I'm just going to disconnect it. Man, I don't know what the static noise is. It's weird. I can't hear it, obviously, because I'm not hearing myself. Unless, I wonder if I can, I forget if I jack in here. I think I can monitor. Let me check for you guys quick. One sec. Alright, now I hear it. Yeah. Ugh. What the hell? Sorry about that. Yeah, it is weird. There we go. It's going down now. It's Windows. Yeah, there's the gain. Interesting. Yeah. Now I don't hear it. I'm just totally monitoring it. All right. Sorry about that, guys. I didn't know it was. I wasn't listening to myself. Because usually it throws me off a bit anyway. All right. Cool. Sounds like it's gone. So, all right. Thanks. Yeah, that's annoying. Sorry about that. So weird. I just rotated the thing. It's probably, I don't know, something's not grounded completely, and there's some sort of, yeah, contact that's wasn't being made completely. All right. So Looks so bizarre. It's all in between. Yes. Anyone have any questions at all? And what are you guys up to? You guys just watching? And I'm assuming you guys probably listening to music or perusing other content as well. Maybe working on your own projects. Buddies of mine would often get together and Google Hangout. So we'd like all have our screens open in ZBrush or Maya or whatever, and we'd all be working together, and we'd kind of just shoot the shit, just talk about everything while working on our own stuff, and then would help each other out. Thanks, Dev. Yeah, sorry to people who are annoyed a little bit with slowness here. I can get to talking a lot, and yeah, can also answering questions takes time and takes away from other things. But I don't want to leave people hanging if they have a request. It's always that's always a challenge. I mean, I've talked to other guys who stream a lot, and even people from Pixelogic. It's always a challenge to try to keep everybody happy. You know, there's always a couple people out there who are impatient, but I get it too. There's some valid complaints for sure. Just watching the portfolio website currently. Yeah, I did some work on Star Wars. Just trying to relearn ZBrush. Nice. I'm gonna do cartoons, huh? Like what kind of cartoons? And again, I know some of these things look a little weird, like his feet. You know, there's a lot of things I'm gonna tweak down the road. I always try to go for those idyllic proportions. Just looking at my own heel and how things form. I think I'm probably even going to curl the toes a little bit and almost give it that very like martial arts kind of, you know, curled pose. Alright, I'm gonna get back to that leg because it looks like he's skipping. This looks ridiculous right now. Alright, come on. Just shrinking the mask here for anyone wondering. Just got my UI set up so I can take care of all this stuff. It's on the same screen instead of going through menus. There we go. Just want the right muscle groups affected. They almost look like dancers right now. It's just trying to get those right lines in the body, you know, get that really elegant flow in different directions. Scorpion, yeah, kind of not really into heaven, just out of hell. If you read the story, obviously they have to escape from Hades. As the old story goes. Did you ever do a model with a full skeleton and muscle structure underneath? Always look so fascinating, VFX reels. And they show walking lines. I just got some software to help with some of that. Someone just has a screen name 11, Hades 11, nice. Have I ever done, I haven't really done a full model like that, no, not yet. But I just picked up this plugin for rigging muscles and creating them in Maya called Ziva Dynamics, and it's pretty insane. It's pretty awesome what you can do with that. So I'm looking to learn that and incorporate that for animation down the road for some of my short film projects. So and that does some of the best solving of musculature underneath skin that I've ever seen. So look it up. I'll give you a link. Let's see if I can find it quick. Here we go. I think this. Yeah, exactly. Here's a link to that. It's pretty awesome stuff. I mean, it's just incredible quality. So I've got that. I just need to learn it. Just need to take the time to dive in. But yeah, it's pretty great stuff. I mean, it's mostly for solving the dynamics of the outside of the skin. You know, you create muscles underneath and all that, but they don't look like any detailed like this. They're just sacks, you know, polygons, blobs, kind of that form the really rudimentary shape of a muscle. Um, so not really intended to be exposed. But I mean, if you wanted to actually have muscles that looked like they were deforming and had high detail of all the fibers, you could do that. You just have to model that and then create a really low poly version of those to be the actual driving force, you know, which is what you'd create in Ziva. I think that's about right. Logan Ben, is there any way to sculpt through multiple subtools at the same time without having to use transpose tool? Um, Good question. I've never really had to try to do that. I mean, I think probably the simplest way was you could just, well, to subtools, you could, you know, you could merge down your subtools into the same tool, same object, do all your sculpting that way, and then separate them. So if you have their polygroups, you know, go to a nice middle ground in their subdivisions if they have subdivisions, merge them all down into one object, keep their polygroups as they were. Don't group it all together. Do your sculpting, and then separate by polygroup. That's a one-click solution, and then you'll have them all back again. But they will have the same name, but with a 1 or 2, 3 after the name. So you'd have to rename them and then reconstitute, you know, reconstruct your subdivision. So yeah, that's one way you could do it. Yeah. Otherwise, I don't think that there's another way to really sculpt unless you do Subtool Master, you know, which it does. It's basically doing what I'm telling you to do, but in a more, you know, I don't know, more steps, you know, and also more can go not more can go wrong, but you can have some issues if if you have anything named the same name in your subtool palette, at least in previous versions of ZBrush. I don't know, I haven't tried it in 2020, but I'm assuming it may be the same, where if you have two objects named the same thing, so if you duplicate something and you make sure that they're different, otherwise they will have some sort of problem with it when it's trying to spit out the new versions, the updated versions of your subtools. So just keep track of your names. Just trying to get the kneecap. Let's see. All right. Oscar 3DS also keeps crashing for a lot for you. What do you mean? A 3DS? You mean Max? I'm assuming that's what you mean. I know some people really love Max. I never liked its UI, so I'm happier in Maya, but even Maya's, not a joy to really work in much either. It's just what we all have to do. There's so many issues with Maya. Corona renderer, yeah. I remember seeing it too. It's crazy, like the proliferation you can do of objects. Yeah, I heard a lot of good things about the Corona renderer. Actually, I remember guys talking about that at Pixamondo when I was there. They really liked it, and they showed me some pretty cool stuff. I don't know if they were really using it there for much, but they were fascinated by videos we saw on YouTube and other projects I think that they were doing, you know, privately, personally. I'm just hiding most of the forms so I can get in here and pull up the inside the back of the leg. It kind of helps with the deformation, kind of make it look a little bit more natural. Obviously, again, this is all just rough blocking in just to get the pose, but trying to get some of the proper form in there too. And since this will be 3D printed eventually, a little interpenetration between the polys is okay, because they'll have to connect there where you don't really want a crease that goes in that deeply and can form a pocket of error, and also will never be seen. Butt cheek. Yeah. Touch all that up. And some of this won't matter anyway, because there'll be kind of 300 sort of inspired undies, I guess, or whatever you want to call them. That'll be covering up all his rear, but still be ripped off of this form, so I still want to get it to look right. Dabble off. Yeah, I mean, I'm just going because no one else is after me, and I'm kind of in the zone just working. But I probably should call it soon. Take a break. Oh, Instagram will close down again. Oh well, it's alright. Just let it go. Yeah, that's one of the One of the good things about being one of the last people in the queue for Sculpting Live is, I said, if you want to keep going, free range. There's a lot of guys who, or not a lot maybe, but a few who I know go even late into the night because they know no one else is awake or they're on the other side of the world, and so no one else is awake on this side, I should say, on the hemisphere usually. So they'll go all night if their schedules are flipped and, you know, get to enjoy long, uninterrupted sessions. I'm a night owl myself too, though. I lean toward enjoying staying up late rather than getting up early if I have a choice. Like right now, I'm just kind of getting more and more in the zone. So it's not hard for me to lose thought or awareness of much else. And I know this anatomy's not right now. It's the muscles and the bones aren't looking right on the surface. But again, this is all just blocking in the pose. And it's getting there. It's definitely going to be a very kind of ballet sort of... I want that kind of elegance to it in a sense. And also just there's a lot of figuring this out as I'm going along. Because I kind of had the idea in my head, but I didn't have every single angle, every single appendage. And that's the joy of kind of working in 3D like this and kind of doing concept sculpting like this in a sense. You can just sort of find happy accidents and sort of move along your sculptural journey, so to speak, as you go. So you're kind of seeing me really expose the raw process of just how this goes. There was always this phrase when I was learning ZBrush, the valley of the suck. Ryan Kingsland coined that. And it's true. I mean, a lot of us, the valley of the suck, meaning there's that, obviously, that valley in between when something starts and you're excited about it and then getting to a point in it where you're just like, God, this looks terrible. This looks horrible. And that's why, again, determination and a vision for what you want to do is helpful. It's always good for you to maintain that in your head so you're not discouraged by it looking totally weird or terrible in one in-between moment. It's sort of like if you've ever taken a bad photo, which I think we all have, and you're in the middle of saying something or blinking and you look high as hell or you just look terrible, it's really not your best angle, whatever. You're home during the pandemic, capture those in-between moments. That's what sculpting is like. If you're watching the whole process from the beginning, it's almost never consistently appealing. There's a time where it just looks horrible or bizarre, and then it just starts to get better and better as time goes by if you know what you're doing. Yeah, Oscar, it's a good question about the remake of Rachel. I love the new Blade Runner in general. I thought there's a lot to appreciate in it. I mean, it's not a perfect movie by any means, and I know, interestingly enough, I think more dudes like it than ladies. I think a lot of women don't like it that much for certain obvious reasons, and others that just because it's just not their taste. Yeah, it could be better, it could be worse, but technically and from certain vignettes, certain featurette moments, I think it's awesome. Yeah, I enjoyed it overall. I was lucky to see it in an amazing theater too, so that really helped to seal the deal for me and my affinity for that film when it came out. It's like when you get to see a film like that in the IMAX and your rib cage is shaking from explosions and just the deep sounds that deserve that level of power. you know, really that first time experience really affects you, versus if you saw it on a TV at home, unless you have a really kick-ass sound system and giant screen. So that's always that first impression that really can kind of endear something to you. Alright, so I'm just going to bring that foot down like his other foot. And I'm just trying to think of... I want there to be that twist. So this is almost like a contrapostal, however you say it, contrapostal pose where you're, you know, one hip is lower and you have, you know, for those who don't know, I mean, I'm sure most of you know, like you have your shoulders here and you have your hips here, and contrapostal is this, right? Or that, you could say. So where you have the hip and the shoulder come toward each other in one angle and they pull apart on the other. So it's like when you stand with, you know, you're kind of leaning to one side, you're kind of resting on one hip. There's all that. And that just gives a natural, you know, the body has a natural nice flow and sort of asymmetry to it. And so I'm kind of going for something similar to that. I said asymmetry and Siri turned on. Nice. Asymmetry, hey, Siri, yeah, I guess they're similar. But, so yeah, just trying to figure out where all the landmarks are going to be and where things are going to fall. I kind of feel like I need him to be a little bit more diagonal in general. So I'll probably leave his arm somewhere in that department, and I'm going to rotate everything else. His arm and his head. I'm going to probably start with his arm and then rotate everything else around that. Oscar, that's cool, man. Yeah. That whole movie is there's so many awesome elements to that film, just from an artistic standpoint. Just, you know, it's a pretty remarkable film. I think in some ways, people who don't like it, they're missing some of the good stuff. You know, they're not taking the meat off the bone. I think they're just sort of minimalizing it. But you know, everyone appreciates films differently too. So it's, you know, everyone has different taste. But I did enjoy it. I thought it was pretty rad. You were hung up on Rachel, huh? No, I could tell she was CG, but it was really good CG. I mean, it was a pretty good likeness. There's certain things that were just a little off. You know, we're so attuned to the human face, and especially as CG artists, I think we're even more critical a lot of times. We look really hard at things, and we're just so perceptive of like minutia, you know, and it just becomes bad. I think in some ways we curse at ourselves. We don't get to enjoy things the way some others do because we're just so picky. Robo Jose Juan, hola, ¿cómo estás? I'm just gonna put this foot down. It's looking like Tom Cruise's ankle in Mission Impossible Fallout. That guy broke his ankle on that movie. It's crazy. That was a really good Mission Impossible, though. I don't know. You guys Mission Impossible fans? Anybody? I always enjoy those films. 2 was the only one that was pretty weird. It was super John Woo-ified. it was fun for its time. I think it was definitely a movie of its era. The cheese of the late 90s. But I like 3 a lot. And then, yeah, 4 was okay, but I think 5 and 6 were... 3, 5, and 6 are my... And the first one, of course, are all great. No Mission Impossible fans, huh? No, Oscar, you're fine, man. It's all good. What'd you say? Like Tom Cruise? He must have stunts himself, yeah. Yeah, his acting, yeah. Everyone's got their taste. I don't think he's the most amazing actor, but he's a good action guy. He's Ethan Hunt. He's like a lot of A-list actors, quote unquote. And then they're their thing. They're their brand. And some people love them, and there's others who just think, they're good puppets. They're good versions of their characters or whatever. Scorpion, the TV series, old school, man. I remember watching some of those as a kid. I mean, I'm 37, so I saw my dad was watching them, and I'd catch them here and there. But I think when it was really running, I think it started running way before I was born, and then was kind of trailing off in the 80s, if I'm not mistaken. But I do remember some of those old episodes. And I always loved just seeing how they were gonna, this message will self-destruct in however many seconds. And I always loved seeing how they came up with crazy devices to communicate their secret messages to their agents. Good times. So yeah, I'm gonna have to rotate him back now. Heck, I'll just do it all like this in once instead of masking out the arm. I'll just move the arm back. I don't know. I'm probably gonna bring the lower half of the leg down a little bit more inward. Oh wow, Leonard Nimoy. He was in some of those? Man, I barely remember that. I'm not sure if I do. It might be a false memory. That's crazy. Leonard Nimoy was in there. That's awesome. Spock. Oscar, are you asking me for favorite actors, or are you just polling everybody? Like his scale's just a little bit too big. Too big on the body. Excuse me. No, I'll get back to that in a minute. Bouncing around too much. Ah, seriously? Here we go. Alright, hopefully it saves. Yeah, alright. Crashing. Alright, should come back. Just a sec. That's weird. ZBrush always has these little oddities now and then. It'll crash in just these random little places where you're doing a normal operation and it just decided to have a stroke. Alright. So I was just trying to blur the mask. But there we are. And I'll overwrite the other one. All right. Yeah, I like some of your picks, Oscar. Christoph Waltz is awesome. He plays such a good villain, but he has such a likable personality no matter what. He's got this certain amount of charm that's infectious. I think those are kind of the best villains, is when you actually like the villain, even though they're horrible. There's something that's just like integral to them that's attractive, or it draws you in, makes them fun. Those are the best. Sorry, Scorpion, what's a nice screenshot? Oh, was it something I had, like some pose or something? Some angle? Yeah, the goal is to make something attractive, make it pretty cool. It's like I'm not that big of a human character guy. I'm not usually very excited by doing faces or likenesses. I mean, I can, and I want to do some particular specific ones. But generally, unless it's something, a piece like this, where I'm kind of excited about how it will be dramatic or accentuate something, I don't usually do many. If I have a choice, I'll choose to do animals or creatures rather than people. So this is like an exception. Does some weird things like that when you auto select sometimes. I always love seeing how muscles twist around each other, radius and ulna, and all those forearm muscles, or even like the inner muscles of the legs. I can't remember all their names. I haven't memorized all that in forever. But it's so elegant just to see how the muscles flow over the body, and how it's just an amazing machine. The human body, it is awesome when you really try to epitomize and accentuate its form. So I've been thinking that they're going to be holding each other's almost forearms, maybe. Kind of doing this, I think, in some way, or maybe slip down to the wrist. I don't know. Kind of like the arms gripping a little bit further up the forearms, or hands gripping further up the forearms. And I'm sure some of these muscles are just not in the right place exactly, but again, I'll come back and tweak a bunch of the finer stuff later. All these arm muscles will be pretty taut. Oscar, you're asking if this model's for Pixelogic or if I'm just actually working on. No, I would never work on client stuff like this unless they let me. But usually, client stuff is NDA. It's just a personal project that I decided to do because Pixo has given me free range as long as it's something I think people would like and I'm interested in doing it, and it'll be 3D printed eventually. So it's part of what my whole angle is for them. It's my specialty has become largely 3D printing, but I mean I do kind of all the different paths for 3D, but my forte is kind of fallen into the 3D printing realm. So everything I'm been doing on the channel, which so far has just been Mufasa and this, will be eventually 3D printed. And that'll be interesting. I'll have to figure out how to set up a camera over there and kind of show you guys some of the other and the far end of the process, the whole completion of it. Danny Tiger X, what's up? It's going to be interesting to see the completion of this into 3D printing. Yeah, man, it's always crazy satisfying and nerve-wracking at the same time to do a really elaborate model and then 3D print it. That was my Trico model. Took forever to finish, but man, it came out in one shot on the first try on all the parts. It was nuts. It's always scary when you have to present something and it's like you're just getting it done in the nick of time. There's like no room for error. It's always fun. But there is a kind of crazy rush when you actually finish something for a show or a film or whatever, and you're just getting it done just in time and you nail it. Yeah, there's nothing like that. It's like getting just under the wire for something, and sometimes you just don't have time to do more preparation or another take. It's just you got to get it in the can on the first try. And it's pretty cool when it works, when it happens. Yeah, yeah, it's just feeling like proportions are still a little off. Just gonna shrink them a little bit more. I think I'm gonna go for another like 15 minutes and then I'm gonna call it. That'll put us at midnight here in LA and 3 a.m. on the East Coast. Still trying to figure out the actual pose. I'm gonna have to do some trickery with the wings because obviously these wings were modeled to be upward, and when flapping down, they're obviously gonna have to have a little different form to them. So this is all just roughed in. Oscar resin or filament. It's definitely going to be resin. Yeah, I'm going to put more detail into this than I did in the previous one. So I want those details to come out. I might even redo the wings altogether with like feather techniques I learned when I was doing my Trico Last Guardian statue. And just for those who haven't checked out my site, I'll just quickly show you what I'm talking about, because I developed a whole workflow of creating feathers and 3D printing them in a way that no one else has ever done that I've seen. I mean, maybe someone's kind of gotten there now, but at least 2 years ago, 3 years ago, it was not. No one was doing this. So I was pretty proud to have nailed it. But yeah, this is what I was able to achieve on the Form 2. So that's Form Labs' second printer, hence the name. And then just with some refinement now, this was the prototype. There's only one ever made so far. It's the only one that I have out there on my shelf. But this guy's gonna be as a gift. It's been a gift that's been a long time coming to Fumito Ueda, Takeshi Furukawa. Fumito Ueda is the creator of Last Guardian, Shadow of the Colossus, really beautiful, famous games, Ico. And then Takeshi Furukawa was the composer for The Last Guardian, and Derek Espino is the sound designer, and they all did just an amazing job. I mean, there's so many other people who worked with them on it, but the feather technique that I was able to develop for this, just I shocked myself, and I'm not saying that to be arrogant. I just mean I didn't think the printer could do this level of fidelity. I wasn't sure, and it worked. So yeah, so this was like incredible. That it was able to get individual feathers across the whole body, but in particular the wings, where they're just so out there and thin, and you can even feel the ridges in the actual feather themselves that I modeled in there, but I wasn't sure it would come out, and it did. So you got micro detail and striations of the feathers. So it was pretty cool. It's pretty awesome to see. It's like you hope that it'll work, but since it was the first time ever done, I had no idea if it was going to succeed or not. And then when I saw that it did, that was a pretty cool moment. So it's interesting. Like, you can model something, and if it's never been done, you just don't know what's gonna. You're like, let's try it. Let's see what happens. Throw it in there and see what comes out. And it came out successfully. Each piece came out perfect the first time, pretty much on everything, which was nuts. Especially the big pieces where I didn't have room for error, because if I was printing in time for CES. I was showing it there in Vegas 2 years ago, and was it last year? It was last year, whatever. Anyway, yeah, so there was no room for error in the end, and amazingly, I was able to estimate where I had to send some files to a buddy over here to print on my printer, because I was in the East Coast for Christmas, and CES happened like January 3rd or 4th or something, I don't know, around there, 11th, I don't know. It was like really, it cut my Christmas vacation kind of short, so I was like killing myself to work on the files, staying up for like 20 hours at a time straight, just sculpting or finishing up files, and then orienting them, putting them through preform, which grows all the supports and everything so it can actually print it, and then sending it out to LA to here. So I was even just kind of like sort of flying blind, because I was just using my best judgment from all my previous experiences in printing, and then just thought, well, I think this should work. This is the best I can think of and what I can develop. Let's just try and see what happens. And I was pretty grateful. I was pretty proud, and not in a conceited way, but it was pretty awesome to see that come out on the first try of everything. I was like, wow, this is pretty awesome. It's pretty cool. But it was definitely nerve-wracking too, because you're like, what is gonna happen? Anyway, thanks. Made my own feather brush. Yeah. I made like 6, 7 different types of feathers. I studied like bird wing anatomy, and just learned all the different types. Again, I don't remember all the names of the feathers, but this is a more crude example. Like, these outer feathers, they all have a certain type of name. Then the ones in the middle have a certain type of name, and so on and so forth. So there's all this nomenclature to the whole wing anatomy and the way that the feathers help wings function. So I kind of had a crash course in avian feather structure. It's pretty cool. There's some really good resources out there, actually, that I referenced that some guys made also in ZBrush. Not the brushes, but they just have like a whole chart of like all the different techniques you can use to design a feather for different purposes. And how to go about you doing that in ZBrush, and how to distinguish what type of feather you need for what type of area of the wing or the animal. So pretty helpful stuff. I'll have to find it. I don't remember where the site is. It was like a PDF that this guy put together. Whoever, I forget his name. Sorry, but he was awesome. So I'll find him. I'll find that file at some point here when I'm working on this, and I'll let you guys have at it if you would like to. So it doesn't really help with the 3D printing side of things necessarily, but it just helps you with, feather design and the science and the logic behind it, and how it all works. I'm gonna hide his other body now because that's just looking weird. On the Feather Geo, the need for supports, yes and no, kind of. As is like kind of the standard with all 3D printing, you want everything to be as self-supporting as possible so that you have less supports, which means less chance for, like, there to be physical errors and just a annoyance for, pulling off the supports and breaking the connecting part of the model and all that. This was also on the Form 2, so I think their support system now on the Form 3 is a lot better. It rips off a lot easier, smoother. It's a much more painless process. But at the time, this was on the Form 2, so I was doing my best to keep all the feathers growing in a way, excuse me, that would, again, be self-supported, so they'd be growing from a direction. Like, think of a tree, right? A tree like this. So if you were to print that on the Form 2, it's all upside down. So the supports grow, the build plate comes down into the liquid, and then it, the laser cures that liquid, and then it pulls up. So eventually you have this thing coming out. You want the feathers to be pointing as down as possible so that they're growing naturally, self-supporting, and then you don't have any other extra bits interfering with them. But that being said, as I tried that as much as I could, I also wanted to ensure that they printed. So I kind of did a little overkill, and definitely had some supports. And I would even have to like dictate where they would go, though, because if I just let it automatically do it, it would attach them to a lot of the areas outside of the shaft. I forget what the bristles, they're not really bristles, but you know what I mean. Like, you have the shaft, which is like the center of the feather, and then you have all these little hairs, essentially, all these little bristles that come off of, either side of that shaft. And when it came to printing these feathers, you'd want to make sure that your support's attached to the shaft, to the center, as much as possible, because all the other parts would branch out from there, right? So that's your central point. That's your strongest point for attachment of supports. And in the end, that worked out great. Occasionally, I would also have some supports attached to the sides of feathers, but then I would make sure that it wouldn't be as much as possible on the actual bristles of the feather, but on the actual side of it. So it would be on the very tip of it. So if they did snap off a little bit of the feather, it would almost look like a natural kind of just disturbed feather, where you kind of have that bunching of, different bristles that would just kind of naturally kind of pull apart in different areas and that kind of thing. So it kind of worked out where there were those happy accidents to kind of give this natural variability and randomness to certain feathers that I hadn't modeled in there, but it kind of came out looking a lot more natural. And in the game and the story, Trico is the animal that's the griffin's named Trico. It goes through an incredibly abusive, rough adventure, and so it's pretty messed up by the end. I mean, its feathers are wrecked, and it looks like a dog that's been through a washer or something. It's terrible. It's a great story, though. It's really moving. Anyway, so that kind of worked to the effect of being true to the character and having itself look a little beat up, but it really wasn't that bad. There's barely any of that, really. So anyway, yeah, so 3D printing feathers is an adventure. It was crazy. And I haven't printed the rest of those. I haven't really made a mass line of those for the gifts that I want to make. It's not mass, it's like 3 of them. But because I need to edit the file to be better than the prototype, and and that's just it's still a bit of work, and that really kind of almost burned me out a bit for that beginning of that year, 2019. It was last year, in 2019. So once that ended, I was like, I need a break from doing complex 3D prints for a while because it was rough. Anyway, those will be fixed here. The wings, I mean, they'll get back to them. And this is gonna go there. And I know it's missing the bow is missing the handle there. I'm gonna bring that in so you can grip it from the other piece later. But that's where his hand will wrap around. And we're just about at midnight here, so I'm going to say sayonara to everybody for tonight in a moment. But I hope this was fun for most of you. I know some of you, at least one guy or girl, was pretty pissed at one point. No need to be a douche. If you're not liking it, you're not forced. But you gotta love people on the internet, man. All human dignity and kindness just does not exist. Raised by wolves. People are idiots. Anyway, I hope you guys had fun. For those of you who stuck around, we got a good group in here. I mean, I know we're all just stuck at home anyway, so, but I appreciate you guys spending your time with me. I really do. And I hope that next time will be even more enjoyable for you. Yeah, I'm excited about this piece. I think it's going to be pretty rad when it all comes together. I'll have to do more work on Psyche later. But yeah, I think I'm going to have some really cool billowing smoke at the bottom of here, or dust kind of pulling out from the wings hitting this, so that, you know, you may not have as much a chunk of rock at the bottom, because I want to feel like we're leaving that area. So I'll probably put in a lot of sort of billowing dust or clouds, kind of almost, that as he's kicking that away, or I don't know, something cool like that. I guess we'll figure it out. But yeah, this is going to be pretty cool. I think when it's done, it'll be pretty awesome. A nice sort of sequence from the previous sculpture to this one, where they'll have pretty elegant state of transitions. And I was also thinking of doing one where he would be descending into Hades as well, and sort of the way we see eagles or hawks going in after prey. You know, when they're diving after a fish or something. Similar pose with the wings and whatever, having him just go in and, you know, cruising down into hell. That'd be pretty awesome. So we'll see. I'm gonna come up with some other cool stuff. But yeah, so this will continue next time. Again, I'll have to talk with Kyle. Maybe I can hop on here again sooner than in 2 weeks, because now that we all have a lot more time, I think it would be cool to do this like every week, or maybe even a couple times a week. I don't know, depending on schedules. But we'll see. Yeah, and I better save before I close this out. All right. Thanks, guys. Thanks for the kind words. Appreciate it. Yeah, my pleasure. Hope I could help. Yeah, and Oscar, if you want to email me, like I said, those images or whatever you need help with, I'd be happy to take a look and give you whatever advice I can. I don't know. Scans are rough. They can be frustrating, so don't feel bad if it's not an easy road. We've all been there. Yeah. All right, guys. Take care. Be safe. You know, wear a mask and follow all the rules and all that. Take care, guys. Thanks a lot.